Hello and a very warm welcome to you wherever you may happen to be at the biggest garrison here in the British Army tonight. We're here at Catterick and the Mackay VC Gym at the Infantry Training Centre here at Vimy Barracks. The British Army's boxers always love a challenge, and tonight they take on the Bahrain Royal Guard for the third time within these four walls of the gymnasium. 2 years ago the British Army scored a 6-2 victory over the visitors. Last year the fortunes were reversed and it was the Royal Guard who comprehensively won. The biggest winner though was the Army Benevolent Fund charity to the tune of £55,000, and they hope to do even better tonight. Well, we've got a selection of VIPs here this evening who, along with the 1,200 recruits from the Infantry Training Centre, are looking forward to a great night of boxing. And we must first of all say, though, delighted to welcome His Majesty the King, King Hamad bin Asa Al Khalifa, who's tuning in to watch the boxers in action on our live stream this evening from Bahrain. We hope, sir, you have a most enjoyable evening.
Well, in a moment we'll be handing over to Warrant Officer 1 Brian Young, the MC this evening. The Regimental Sergeant Major will be introducing all the VIPs as they arrive this evening. But ahead tonight we have 9 bouts to look forward to, with a half-hour interval after bout number 5, and we'll be bringing you up to date with all sorts of other things as well during that interval. We won't be going away. We'll be here throughout the whole evening. The first of the bouts this evening, a support card with Fusiliers up against some rising stars from the Army Development Team. It's been a very interesting matchup between the Army team against a talented group of young boxers from Bahrain, who last year, as we say, were too strong for the Army squad. It's 1-1 then, so a decider possibly this evening, which both the coaches, Combined Services, former Combined Services and British Army coach Tony Davis, he's brought his Royal Guard boxers here for a third time, and of course his opposite number is Ches Nihil, equally out to stop him this evening. But first I'd like to welcome to ringside my co-commentator this evening, and it's a great pleasure to welcome Corporal Jordan Phelps, who knows his way around the ring very well. Jordan, thanks ever so much for joining us this evening, and I know we've dragged you away from your daughter Poppy's second birthday today, so Poppy, if you're watching, apologies, but welcome along, Jordan.
Thank you. Hopefully she's not watching, hopefully she's in bed by this time.
Well, she's very excited, about boxing, hearing her dad live on the live stream this evening. Now, let me say, you know all about this. You've competed here, back in 2018 in a similar sort of setup here at Catterick?
Yeah, 2018 I boxed against Tainui and Select in front of about the same number of recruits. So I know exactly how they feel inside that changing room now, ready to come out to box.
So tell me what it's like, particularly if you're, obviously we're now waiting for the VIPs and then the VVIPs and the boxers to take to the ring. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, it is indeed. They're going to be a bit shaky back there, but as soon as they get in the ring, I'm sure the nerves will come away and they'll get to the work.
So we're looking forward to obviously getting your comments throughout the course of the evening. We have a piper now, which is Lance Sergeant Allison, who is going to be piping in this evening, the blue corner, by the way, but he's bringing in the VIPs who are filing their way past us at this very moment. And a drummer, Davian McDowell from the Irish Guards, will be drumming in the red corner, which is the British Army. Now, say we've got sort of three preliminary bouts to start with tonight before we actually get into the championship part of the evening. And particularly, for these young boxers who are the Army development, this is a real opportunity for them.
It's a great opportunity. It's also a great opportunity for the Fusiliers that are also boxing them to get their names back in the mix and see what they can do against an Army development squad.
And of course, the great thing about that is that these boxers are very much, they're very much newcomers, as you say, and unknown quantity. So we're now going to have the opening part of the evening, which is going to be a demonstration of kukri knife demonstrations from the Brigade of Gurkhas. Now, we watched it earlier on during the rehearsal. I'm not quite sure whether you saw it, Jordan, but we're actually not too far away from here in our commentary position, and it's quite scary. But these guys are absolutely brilliant. So stand by for that. That'll be coming up very shortly. We'll also, of course, have the national anthems as well. But this whole evening is tailored very much for an exciting night, and for the young recruits here as well. How fantastic for them to have a night like this to look forward to.
It's a great opportunity for them to get an insight on what battalion life is like. So obviously when they hear at ITC Catterick, they don't really understand it, the bigger picture, and the opportunity you have when you do join your battalions. So it's great for them. What a night.
And I just wonder whether there might be a few potential boxers who are actually watching tonight and thinking, hey, this could be me.
Well, yeah, in 2015 I was sat in those seats as well, and then 3 years later I was boxing myself, so it's definitely an opportunity there for them.
Now, you'd prefer probably to be boxing tonight than sat with me ringside, but just remind us what it is like, the butterflies in the stomach,
Yeah, it is really nerve-wracking, especially on occasions like this. But you've just got to remember what you've got to learn in the gym, have the game plan that the coaches give you, and just execute as best you can.
Now, looking at some of the Army boxers tonight, obviously we're looking forward to that later on as well. There are quite a few rematches this evening, which is going to make life interesting as well, and a few old scores perhaps to be settled.
Yeah, I think there's 2 rematches on tonight. Felicity and Leon is boxing 2 the same from the Bahrain, so the Bahrainis are definitely looking at getting the revenge. Yeah,
well, she lost. I think she lost the first one 2 years ago as well. And Tony Davis was telling me she has improved, but she's going to be up against a very strong opponent in Felicity.
Yeah, she's very good, Felicity. She gets in charge of the centre of the ring and boxes very well. So we'll see how much improvement she's made.
And I think the other rematch as well is bout number 5 this evening, which is going to be the last one before the interval, which is Lance Corporal Leon Moulds against Lance Corporal Kesh Limbu Jam, who's actually the captain of the Bahrain team. That's going to be a good matchup as well.
Both very, very good boxers. I watched them last year box here. Limbu comes forward, Leon boxes around the ring, boxes on the move, so it should be up for a good fight.
Okay. Well, we're just a few seconds away now. Everyone's enjoying, obviously, the video presentations that we are seeing at the moment, and we'll then be ready for the real action here in the ring. And this gymnasium, I was only here a couple of weeks ago when we were doing the site reconnaissance ahead. You can't believe it's been transformed like this.
Yeah. So I work in this gymnasium, so shout out to all on PTIs that made this happen. They stuck with from Monday to today to make it look like this. On Monday it was just a normal gym hall, and today obviously with MC Prestige and all the lads who work in the gymnasium made this happen. So looks great, doesn't it?
It does. And I'll tell you what, it's going to light up in a moment when we have all the the lights, and I understand that every single one of the guests tonight has got these wristbands, and they are going to be lighting up in a coordinated fashion, which is again in itself. And we've got a high level camera which will pick all that up, and that's going to make it really exciting.
Yeah, every recruit on the way got given a wristband, so that should look really cool when the cameras are on and all the lights are going.
Well, as we're talking away here, the crowd here are being treated to some real pyrotechnics. Obviously, it was fireworks night last night, but this is some real pyrotechnics here, and drones. And I'd imagine again all the recruits are watching, are looking at some of this and thinking, hey, do you know what? I could be doing some in this as well, you know. And this is a great advert for them. You know, they've probably been out marching all day. You've probably been putting them through their paces, have you?
Not anymore, no, not anymore. But like I said, this is when you go through the infantry training centre, they're quite enclosed to what they're exposed to. So looking at this video, there's a lot of pyrotechnics, there's a lot of things going on. So it's what it's like an opportunity to have when they get to the battalion.
Now, I gather that you're going to be a PTI before too long, is that right? Joining the PT Corps?
I'm joining the PT Corps in January, that's correct. So I'm an all-arms PTI at the moment at ITC Catterick. Come January 12th, I start your probation course down in Aldershot for the PT Corps.
I bet you're looking forward to that, aren't you?
Yeah, 9 months at the school, but no, I'm sure it'll be great. See who I get posted after there.
Yeah, I'm sure that all your family will be watching with great interest, but just for the moment you're on home patch here, home territory here. So the video still continues as we push on, obviously, towards the start of the evening. And during the interval, as I say, we'll have a half-hour break during the interval, and my colleague as well will be in and around Simon Hunter, and hopefully we'll be talking to some of the boxers who have competed in these early bouts tonight. Let me just mention some of the people who are going to be responsible for how things develop this evening. We have Staff Sergeant James Battle will be amongst the referees, as will Major Tony Buff, Major Liam Harkin, and also Mr. Ahmed Larkel, who's come over from Bahrain. But right now it's time for the cookery demonstration. Well, I'm not sure how much of that you might have made at home, given the light here, but from where I was sitting, Jordan, pretty scary.
Yeah, it was. I could hear them right next to my face there.
Time for the national anthem set. So it's time then for the boxers, the main people on the card tonight, to take their place in the ring walk. And of course we'll be seeing all the boxers apart from, I think, the first two, won't we, who they usually hold off so they don't have to come out and face everyone until it's actually their time.
Yeah, usually the first bout is warming up in the change room, so they don't usually come out.
And already you can hear the atmosphere just building up here inside the arena. The first bout this evening will be a support bout at lightweight between Sapper Jake Hardman and Fusilier Ratu Leoma. And that'll be our first bout. Then we'll be followed by a middleweight contest between Marcel Lincoln Francis and Bradley Salvage. That's the second bout of the evening. The third one on the support card is between Fusilier Luke Thompson and Lieutenant Oscar Partner. Now that is a very interesting one, but as you can see, the boxers now in the ring.
Please give another round of applause for both teams, British Army and Bahrain.
And it must mean an awful lot, Jordan, to all the boxers. They come out here and they're all being warmly welcomed by everybody.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, stood there in the middle of the ring and everyone's clapping and cheering.
Settles the nerves too.
It does a little bit, yeah, for sure.
And Ches Nihale and Tony Davis, the two head coaches tonight. They've known each other for many years.
Please stand again for the national anthems.
Well, it's not often we have the national anthems twice.
Got two national anthems there, didn't we?
I think it's probably nice to have them, obviously, with the boxers in the ring, which is probably why they've done it for the second time. But double the respect, actually, Jordan. Double the respect, I think.
For sure.
Okay, well, let's look ahead then to this first bout of the evening. Sapper Jake Hardman, 22 years old. He's a local lad. He's from Hartlepool. He's a monkey hanger.
Yeah, us people from Newcastle and people from Hartlepool don't really get on.
No,
that's
exactly.
where I'm from.
Well, just as well you're not in the ring with him then. He's orthodox, 9 bouts to his name, and 6 wins. So he's got quite a good record already, and he's up against Fusilier Ratu Leoma from Fiji, who's a southpaw, by the way. He's 26 years old, 5 bouts and just 1 win to his name. So those are the two men who are coming out into the ring for this first bout, which we're now waiting for to happen. And I'm told that in terms of them coming out into the ring, those in the red corner will be brought out and drummed out by Doug McDowell from the pipes and drums of the 1st Battalion, the Irish Guards. And the blue corner, which of course is going to be our first boxer from Fiji this evening, is going to be piped out by Lance Sergeant Allison. So we're just waiting for them to come out now, for them to be ready as we stand by. And referee, by the way, for this first one this evening is Major Tony Buff as well. So we're standing by for that as our MC is now calling them to the ring. That's WO1 RSM Brian Young. So now out come the boxers first of all. And this is Fusilier Ratu Beloma,
the man from my battalion.
He is indeed from
There's Fusiliers.
Yep, from the 1st Battalion, the Fusiliers. A southpaw. When you're up against a southpaw, how different is that when you're up against being up against an orthodox?
The battle is to try and get your foot on the outside so you can get your shots away. If you're not on the outside, you're really sure to get that backhand off. So it's really important to win that front foot battle as soon as you can.
And that's going to be interesting. So, David McDowell drums in. Jake Hardman, Sapper Jake Hardman from the Royal Engineers, who is on the Army Development Boxing team. Into the wall towards the red corner. So Ratu, who's wearing the white vest, and approaching now the ring is Hardman, and he'll be wearing black, representing the army and of course the Fusiliers as well. Proud night for him, I think, for Hardman. He's 22 years old, so you know, he's pretty young, but still got you know, nine bouts to his name and 6 wins, so he's been around a bit.
Yeah, he has. He's done well for himself. This Fusilier has a little bit inexperienced compared, but we'll see how he matches up
as he comes into the ring right now. Referee Tony Buff just checking over him.
Just making sure he's got his groin guard on, he's got his gum shield in.
Yeah.
You definitely need one of those.
Yeah, absolutely.
Over 3 2-minute rounds.
All the coaching is over right now. Now it's time for them to produce the goods.
Boxing development team, Sapper Hardman. Representing the Royal Regiment of Fusiliers, Fusilier Luoma.
Fusilier Luoma slightly tall of the two. Hardman slightly stocky of the two.
Yes, he has.
See what styles clash here.
Yeah, and being a southpaw as well. So I think Hardman's going to have an interesting challenge here against a man who's taller and also obviously leads with his left as well. So here we go. Ready for the first bout then of what promises to be an exciting evening of boxing here in Catterick.
Hardman clearly taking the centre of the ring already.
Yeah, he grabs that centre area. It's so important in this game, isn't it, to grab the centre ground so that you can control what's going on. Oh, and he's gone down straight away. Takes, that really hurt him actually.
Oh, I think it's his arm.
I think he's really hurt himself, and this could be this is going to be over very, very quickly as Hardman goes back to a neutral corner.
I think his arms came out of place by the looks of it.
I think that has he dislocated it? He dislocated his shoulder. Everyone's really shocked about that, and he's gutted. How terribly disappointing for him.
That was literally 20 seconds into the first
20
bout.
seconds into the bout, and he's really struggling to even to get to his feet. Well, this is not what we expected from this first bout. Leloma in obviously a huge amount of pain here, and so I think he's going to need some oxygen. So
Unbelievably unfortunate.
that is terribly sad, because it was literally just seconds into the bout, and well, that is everyone's just shocked really. It's just, you know, brought things very quickly to.
It'd be interesting to find out if this goes down as a no contest or Hardman gets the win.
Did Hardman actually lay a glove on him in the end? I'm not sure he did, you know.
I think it must have just been a clash of elbows. That can happen when you box orthodox and southpaw, because that lead hands, both lead hands are forward at the same time. So
they're very gingerly taking off the wrappings around the gloves. He's in a lot of pain here, and this is extremely sad and disappointing way to start the evening. But the medical team on really quickly, and making sure that he is. It looks like they're going to be giving him some gas and air, perhaps, as some pain relief. And we wish Ratu Leloma all the best here. They will try and get him out of the ring as quickly as possible, I'm sure. And
it's also very anticlimactic for Hardman as well. He's probably training very hard for this bout, and it's been over in 10 seconds, and he's not showing what he's capable of.
No, but he's just dealing with it in exactly the right way. Yeah, some gas and air being administered to help the Fusilier just hopefully to leave the ring as quickly as he possibly can. And he's, well, it's a dramatic start to the evening, but not in the way that we wanted. I don't think I've seen anything quite like this before, with a fight over so quickly.
I've not neither. For all the years I've been watching boxing, that was very quick, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Yeah. Well, he's taking in the painkillers, which are obviously really important, and just brilliant to see the medical team out there so fast. He's got a kind of a smile on his face, which is good to see, but I suspect he's grimacing through an awful lot of pain at the moment.
That right shoulder definitely looks a little bit slumped, doesn't it?
Yeah. The fact that he went down so quickly, you know, just suggested to me that something, you know, he's either broken something or dislocated something really, really quickly in the bout. And obviously we wish him all the very best, and hope that he'll be back fighting again soon. And as a Fusilier yourself, you must be, you know, pretty gutted for him.
Yeah, we've got a massive boxing family in the Fusiliers. It's the biggest sport in the Fusiliers by far. So it's good to see all the new lads getting involved and getting amongst it. Very unfortunate for him. So he looks clearly distressed with that right arm there.
Well, he leaves the ring in a lot of pain, and well, it'll be interesting to see whether that is actually a no contest, or it actually goes down as a. Anyway, here we go. We'll find out now.
Big winner of this match by RSCI, Safar Hardman.
It goes down as a win for Hardman, and maybe we'll grab a chat with him a little bit later on and just find out his thoughts on that, because you know, from his point of view, very, very disappointing, but not really on the same level as that for Ratu Leloma.
Let's hope this next bout lasts a little bit longer, eh?
Well, we hope so. We've got a middleweight contest at 76 kilos to look forward to next, and that is another Fusilier, which is Lance Corporal Bradley Salvage, who it says Savage actually on the sheet, but I think, is it Salvage or Savage? I don't know. I was told salvage, so we'll.
I think it is salvage. Yeah.
I think there's been a printing error on the cards that we've been given. Who's 21 years old? He's from Milton Keynes in Buckinghamshire. 7 bouts and 4 wins to his name so far, and he's up against Lance Corporal Marcel Lincoln Francis, 24 years old. He's from Ipswich, orthodox stance, 10 bouts and 9 wins, so he's got a lot of victories behind him as well. So this is going to be an interesting matchup, because these two have already experienced victory to quite a high extent.
Again, it's going to be another tough night by looking at the records for the Fusilier.
But it's all experience, of course, isn't it? I was just waiting for the next round of boxers to come into the ring, and it sort of slowed things down. Unfortunately, we're obviously hoping now that we'll get the tempo up, shall we say, as we now approach into the second set of bouts. Referee is going to be Liam Harkin, Major Liam Harkin. He's going to be taking care of things in the ring when they happen. And also on duty tonight, I mentioned, is Staff Sergeant James Battle, who, by the way, is one of the nominees this year for the Army Sports Official of the Year. So he's obviously in the spotlight for several reasons this evening. And we've also got a Bahrain referee this evening, and that is Ahmed Larkhal, who's come over from Bahrain, and he's going to be looking after things tonight in the ring as well. Just ready now then for things to happen, and the green light has gone up from the corners, so hopefully not before too long we'll have the second matches to take place. So the second round of boxers then coming into the ring right now. And first of all is the Fusilier Bradley Salvage. As he's piped into the ring, into the blue corner. He wouldn't have been expected to come in quite so soon, would he?
No, that would have definitely made a change to the warm-up. That was a pretty quick turnaround, wasn't it? He probably should have still been warming up now, so they probably had to skip that part and straight to the ring. So I hope he's ready.
And now for the red corner. Jake Hardman, Sapper Jake Hardman.
Bouts, 9 wins, 1 loss, impressive record for
for Lincoln Francis, so he's from Ipswich, so he's an East Anglian.
Very long limb. I expect my box on the outside.
What will be your advice to Bradley Salvage then into the ring against obviously a slightly more experienced boxer?
Yeah, looking at the size difference, Salvage definitely needs to close the range, get behind the jab, close the range, and get a little bit dirty. I think try and get those long limbs away from him, just close that gap, just stop him from getting on the end of the jab.
They're both orthodox, so there's no southpaw advantage here, but there's certainly a height advantage. So both of these men have a bit to prove here, and of course if you're in the Army Development Squad, you know you are really out to impress the boss, aren't you?
Yeah, I was in the exact same predicament when I boxed here in 2018. It's a great opportunity to impress.
Army Boxing Development Team, Lance Corporal Lincoln Francis.
So Marcel Lincoln Francis in the black vest in the red corner, and Bradley Salvage in the white vest in the blue corner.
Blue corner, representing the Royal Regiment of Fusiliers, Lance Corporal Salvage.
Salvage against Lincoln Francis.
Yeah, you can really see the height difference now. Stood in the centre of the ring.
It really is. Yeah, he must be about 6'4", something like that.
Francis, blue, Savage.
So Ian Harkin brings them together, and away we go then for this second bout, second contest.
Yeah, as anticipated, he's straight on the jab. Keeping on the outside, really keeping that gap nice and long.
Yeah.
Salvage has really got to try and get in here.
That's a good little combination there from Salvage, though. Comes back well. Oh.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, he really needs to close that gap. And once he's there, he's done the hard work to get there. He really needs to stay there, stay in that pocket, just get his shots off, move his head, get out and get back in again.
It's good work from Salvage, though, in these early moments. He's got the centre ground, as you can see. And Lincoln Francis is having to work his way out. Got a few tight scrapes here.
Really moving his head well as well, keeping the centre of the ring, closing that gap.
That's it.
Just
Left and the right.
Caught on the outside.
It's well matched here, these opening moments of this first round. This middleweight contest here at 76 kilos.
He's definitely scoring shots coming from both men, for sure.
And just to let you know as well, we've got electronic scoring in place tonight, so we will get the. You won't see them on the screen, but we will certainly be getting them pretty quickly as they come through.
Salvage is doing well, putting the ring off. Yeah. Backhand against the ropes, that's where he needs to do his work. When he's back against the ropes, he needs to stop throwing as much as he can.
I think Salvage is actually getting the best of this at the moment. Lincoln Francis is having to.
Long leaping hooks at the back of the head slightly.
Yeah, that's what novices do, isn't it?
That's what he can't be doing, is just standing in the range there and just getting picked off the shots. He really needs to close the gap and get in there.
But apart from that, a good round there for Bradley Salvage. I think I'll probably give that to him, would you, to Salvage that first round?
Quite close, a good score and not close that came from Lincoln Francis, but I think Salvage closed the range down well, got his back against the ropes and got his work done.
Well, we'll have to see what the judges make of that, but pretty even, Stephen, perhaps that first round, and it sets us up very nicely for the second round here, because both of the boxers will have sussed each other out, they'll have worked out each other's game plan a little bit, and they will also know what the strengths and weaknesses are.
Yeah, for sure. It was quite clear what both boxers need to do to win this bout after that first round.
So here we go then for round two, and well, Marcel Lincoln Francis then. Bradley Salvage in white, Lincoln Francis in black, with the red glove, with the blue gloves representing his corner. Lincoln Francis has started his second round well, but Salvage is coming at him at every opportunity.
He's clearly got some direction, stay right on the outside, then end that jab and just pop the shots off when Salvage is in range.
Using his height advantage at the moment. You can always tell, you just look at the whites in their eyes and you can see the concentration levels. Oh, that's a really good punch there from a right and a left, and a great combination there, putting in the jabs and the hook.
He's really stepped up the pace here, Lincoln Francis.
Yeah, he has, and he's and Salvage is just having to defend a little bit at the moment. But Lincoln Francis, Salvage comes back at him, and once more.
You really need to work hard at trying to get off that centre line. When that backhand's coming down straight down the middle, you need to really bob and weave left and right to get off that centre line to get your shots off.
Good combinations though from and that will be a standing count then for Bradley Salvage. That's when Lincoln Francis really was
He was showing his height advantage there, and he gave his opponent a couple of really tough ones, and another count, 2 counts now for Bradley Salvage.
He's worked out the range now, I think. Yes.
And that's being called to an end. Well, it was the right decision because he'd taken too much punishment in that second round there.
Salvage came out well in the first round, but I think Lincoln Francis had a bit too much experience, worked him out a little bit quicker than Salvage did, and it showed the corner clearly gave him some good direction, keeping on the end of the jab, throwing that backhand, big long arms, and he stopped him in the second round.
Yeah, second round stoppage, just a little bit too much for Bradley Salvage, who I thought did really well in the first round there, but as you say, in the second round there, Lincoln Francis, Lance Corporal Lincoln Francis, just stepped up the pace there, and in the end, quite rightly, Liam Harkin, referee Major Liam Harkin, bringing that one to an end.
Very experienced referee as well, by the way.
Yeah, we've got the experienced men out in the ring tonight in Tony Buff.
Yeah, so Lincoln Francis takes it there with a second round stoppage. And handshakes all round. But a big learning experience for Bradley Salvage there.
Yeah, for sure. You can take a lot away from that first round. Just like I say, the experience got a little bit better run straight in that second round, but that first round was very positive. You can take a lot away from it.
So Marcel Lincoln Francis then, his 11 bouts now and 10 wins out of those 11 bouts. He's obviously showed himself to be a very talented young man, and you'd imagine that it won't be too long before he finds his way maybe into the senior squad.
Hopefully so, bright future for the young man.
And what would you say to Bradley Salvage then? Obviously he's taken his now his 8th bout and a 4th defeat there. Where do you think that he needs to improve then?
I think that was a big step up that would have been for Salvage, to be fair to him. He done pretty well, like I say, in that first round. Maybe a little bit of fitness got the better of him, maybe a bit of ring craft. Didn't quite go with the game plan he did in the first round, and he just got worked out. And like I said, the inexperience got the better of him.
Okay, it's John Knighton and Jordan Phelps with us this evening, joining us on commentary here at ringside in Catterick. If you're just joining us, we're live here on our Forces News YouTube channel tonight for our Forces Fight Night, our latest round of great boxing in being enjoyed. Hopefully, wherever you are around the Forces world, you're enjoying the action tonight. Very unfortunately, the first match had to be brought to an end very, very quickly after just a few seconds when Fuseli Aratu Leoma took a we're not quite sure what happened to him, but he certainly was very badly injured. It looked like he might even have suffered a broken wrist or something like that. And we had very, very early contact with Sapper Jake Hardman. So Hardman awarded that one. And in the second bout we've just seen there, Marcel Lincoln Francis has given a 2-0 lead now for Army boxers here this evening, as we now move into the third of our support bouts tonight, and that will be a 75 kilo contest, and that'll be an interesting one here, because this is a one between an officer and one of the lads.
Yeah,
now you don't get these very often, do you, at this sort of level?
You don't, and I've just realised who Fuser Luke Thompson is. He was actually one of my recruits not too long ago, so he just long passed out of training here in ITC about 6 months ago. I've just noticed, so it's a great opportunity to box an officer in front of this many recruits.
For Luke Robson, yeah. Now the thing is, just tell us, if you're a soldier, you're a young soldier, and you're up against an officer legitimately in the ring, and you beat him, don't you become an instant hero amongst your peers?
Slightly amongst the cohort, you do become an instant hero. Yeah, it's always a good opportunity to beat up a boxer legally. So,
now I was talking to Oscar Partner a bit earlier, and of course he is one of the recruiting trainers, isn't he, up here at the ITC, platoon commander. But he's 1 Lancs, so he's from a very, very proud boxing regiment.
Yeah, great boxing regiment actually. But there's a lot of pressure on Lieutenant Partner because he's in front of all these recruits who probably know exactly who he is. So if he gets beat tonight, he might be getting some pelters around camp, I think.
I mean, we did say to him actually early on, wouldn't you be sort of better sat over there with all the officers enjoying the evening? And he said, well, yeah, maybe, but I think must be something inside him that says, listen, I want to get out there and box. And I know that quite a few of the officers here tonight they'll be keeping their counsel this evening.
I'm sure you'll catch up after the bout in the officers' mess, getting a few drinks, and I'm sure.
Now, he's promised that he'll come and talk to us, win or lose, afterwards, so we will see. But, Oscar Partner, he's had 5 bouts so far, and he's got 4 wins to his name. So I'm told that he can be a bit wild when he's actually out there in the ring. We will see, won't we?
We'll find out.
For Luke Robson, only had a couple of white collar bouts so far, and I am told actually that he has had to work really hard to make the weight here. He was actually, I think we're talking an 80 kilos contest here, but he was well over at one stage. I think 3 or 4 days ago he was like about a kilo and a half overweight, and he's had to lose that weight in a very, very short time.
Yeah, but I think Lieutenant Partner weighed in this morning at 78 kilogram, and I think Luke Robson weighed in around 80.5. So, but I think,
but he was at 83.
Saturday,
I think he was at 83 kilos.
Yeah.
And to lose the best part of 3 kilos over the course of 3 days, that takes some doing.
I think every boxer's experienced it when they've had to lose weight. If you do it the wrong way, it can definitely be detrimental when you get in the ring. Your legs feel heavy. You don't feel quite yourself. So as long as you've done it in the right way, you might be all right. Yeah. But it's a lot of weight to lose.
But it's a big ask, isn't it, to lose that amount of weight in such a short time. We'll see how he gets on. Our referee is James Battle, Staff Sergeant James Battle, who I mentioned earlier on, one of the nominees for the Army Sports Official of the Year 2025. And of course, we've got that event coming up for you on the 20th of November down at the Royal Military Academy at Sandhurst. So that's something to look forward to. But tonight, James Battle has got a bit of business to sort out here in the ring with these 2 boxers. And the first boxer coming out very quietly into the ring, it has to be said, is Luke Robson, as he walks now across. A man you know a little bit about.
Yep. Lives in a place not far from me in Ashton. I remember him quite well now I see his face.
And it's a chance for him to become a hero tonight.
Opportunity is definitely
a real opportunity, and just about to come out into the ring then wearing the black kit will be Oscar Partner. In fact, he's wearing his regimental colours.
Bit of a louder cheer for the officer there, wasn't there?
Yep.
I think that might be the officer's mess.
He's already rousing everybody up to support him. No boos allowed, of course, but he's coming into the ring.
Passing the officer's mess now.
And he's well up for it, and he's got a lot of support here, actually. So this is going to be a very interesting little matchup here between these 2. Thanks to David McDowell, who's looking after the drumming duties tonight from the Irish Guards. So, but he's got a bit of support from the One Lancs team tonight, from his support team. I think this is real bravery on behalf of the officer to come out into the ring here. You've got a wry smile on your face here.
Yeah, I have, yeah, because I'm just thinking it could all go wrong for him, but hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Well, I say the Fusilier, Robson has got a height advantage here.
Usually, what you get with officers, they're usually very fit and they've got lots of heart. So,
but he did say to me, I've only had a few days proper training because of the job he's doing.
Yeah.
His opponent has had about 3 months of training, so that could tell later on in the bout.
It's very, very busy at ITC Catterick, so I'm sure, especially as a platoon commander, he'll be a very busy man.
Yeah, I just think he knows his ground around here. He knows the undulations of ITC Catterick pretty well. So Lieutenant Oscar Partner getting a really good reception here.
He too gets a warm reception. And it's not often you see matchups in the ring here between officers and soldiers, particularly young soldiers. So Robson then in the white, partner in the blue with his regiment. Regimental colours from one length. A very proud, and straight away partner is in on his opponent. Like a shot, they say he's a bit wild apparently. And we just see this immediately. He went straight in there like a shot.
You need to calm it down slightly. 20 seconds of this and he'll get tired. He needs to calm it down and get behind the jab, but by the looks of things he's going to go all guns blazing for 3 2-minute rounds.
That was an illegal punch as well, and that'll be brought back by James Battle. Straight away, to be honest with you, the Fusilier doesn't know what's hit him. I think he's
doing quite well to stay nice and calm under pressure. He is pushed him back, but he's staying calm. He needs to just soak up the shots, let him get tired, and then start getting to work, I think.
Oscar Partner, he promised us that he'd come out all guns blazing, and he's certainly doing that. Great aggression from him, but how many of these are scoring punches at the moment?
Yeah, Fusilier Robson's getting some good shots off of the backhand there as he's coming in. Really doing that well there.
Just being told by James Battle about holding, but he's straight in there. The fireworks. The initial fireworks that we saw from Lieutenant Partner, he's just having to just calm it down a bit.
There we go, we're going to get in the bout now. A little bit more calmer. Hopefully you see Robson get some work done, not coming on the back foot as much. Try to get the centre of the ring, really get that jab in his face to stop him coming forward like that.
That was a bit of a greenhouse shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what you call a naffy swing.
Yeah, a naffy swing, yeah. This is fascinating stuff here. These two just having to contain
really
themselves.
Isn't many scoring shots in this first round. I'd be interested to see which way this goes on the judges' scorecard.
Well, for all the aggression that that Partner showed there, as you say, not too many scoring points.
It'd be interesting which way that goes.
You might think that maybe the Fusiliers come out of that better than if you're watching, you might think, because I think he got a couple of scoring shots.
He did, especially as the lieutenant was coming in there. He scored that backhand pretty well, especially in the first minute or so, which you might not be able to see on the YouTube, but here live you can definitely see it landing.
So he's getting a good talking to from his coach, and hopefully for his point of view, some really good advice here. Because if he can weather the storm of the second round, then he's obviously got a chance, hasn't he?
I think he knows now he's going to come out again for the first 20 seconds and do the exact same thing. He just needs to weather that storm. Tuck in, tuck up, take some shots on the gloves, and then get to work.
Yeah, well, I was told he's a bit wild, and straight away you can see he grabs the ground, but it's a much more positive start for the second round from Robson.
What's great as well about this canvas is that square in the middle of the ring where the bayonet is. You really know where the centre of the ring is, so you can keep your foot inside of that square. You know you're in the centre, and you can control the centre from there.
James Battle just bringing in Robson for a warning. I think he was a bit low, wasn't he, one of those punches? It's more like a wrestling match, to be honest. Again, Robson just having to fend off the wild approach from the officer, from Partner.
Here now, Robson needs to work. As he's got him on that back foot there against them ropes, he needed to work, but he's just let himself get back on the ropes himself. He needs to really try and get the centre of this ring and start using his jab a little bit more.
But it's almost overwhelming every time. He's just going back on the pressure that he's being put under.
Yeah. What you'll see, the difference between a novice boxer and an elite boxer, they'll go back in one straight line and then they'll move off left and right. Where if you see Robson now, he's just going back in a straight line, hitting the ropes. But he should be moving left or right.
And he's actually received a warning now, so that's going to obviously count against the young Fusilier. But he's just got to keep going. I'm not sure he knows actually how to take his opponent on here.
very untidy second round here.
Yeah.
Which is...
Again, it just comes with experience, knowing what to do when someone comes running at you like that. You just need to take some shots on the gloves and just get to work and start throwing.
Last few moments then of this second round. Robson just going in really low with his head as well, which is counting against him. He's taken a warning there in that second round, which obviously is going to count against him in the scoring. I'm really not quite sure how that would have been scored.
Yeah, I think I'd give that a Lieutenant partner that round. I think a few more scoring shots compared to Robson. Pushed him back slightly more, a little bit more clear in the first round, I think. If he keeps on that pressure and keeps doing what he's doing, I think he'll win as well quite comfortably.
Yeah, so in your view there, Jordan, then a second round to going the way of Lieutenant Partner.
Yeah,
and probably even the first round. Yeah, I don't think there was much between them, was there, in the first round?
I don't think there was much in the first round. I'm not quite sure who would have went to. I'm maybe a bit biased and give it the Fusilier. I'll give the second round to the officer.
Okay. So everything to play for then on your card in this third round. Ready to go then with round 3. And everything on the line for both of these. I don't think you see anything different. No, from Lieutenant Oscar Partner.
No.
He set his stall out right from the word go.
Like I said at the start, you've got plenty of heart and they're very fit, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah. Well, fearless as well, really. Yeah, just going in, but all it needs is a couple of good scoring punches from the Fusilier. That was very low to the body with that left. And once again, being told just to sort of get his stance up.
It's a good little shot on the back foot there from Robson.
Yeah. Takes one to the head there.
Hands are very low.
Another jab
backwards.
Yeah. Partner is just beginning to get some good scoring punches in here. This could be enough for him. Once again, Robson just being warned by James Battle that he's got to up his game. He hasn't got his guard as well. He's down, isn't it?
Yeah, like I mentioned before, he's going back in straight lines, so he's getting pushed back on the rope straight away. He needs to really use the centre of the ring and circle around. That ring craft just comes with time, I think.
James Battle is another warning, and that's it. I think it's all over. Too many warnings for Luke Robson.
Yeah,
and it's Oscar Partner who has taken that one for 1 length. Polite applause coming from the audience, and the
wasn't the best bout to watch on the eye, no. Really. A little bit scrappy, but Oscar done what he needed to do to get the win.
Yeah, so well done to Lieutenant Oscar Partner, who's come out here tonight, put himself on the line here. That's his sixth bout and his 5th win. I think you could say he bullied his way through. So Luke Robson disqualified for too many warnings, and therefore it's Oscar Partner who takes the victory in this 3rd and final support bout in this night of boxing. So, as you say, not the tidiest of bouts we've seen tonight. And he was an absolute, he was going in like a hurricane, wasn't he? Right from the word go.
Yeah.
It was obviously the way he was going to play it. And it proved successful tonight against a partner who didn't really know how to take him on.
No, he really didn't know how to work him out. Really, he just got a bit overwhelmed with the amount of pressure he got put on him. From now on, I think we'll see a lot tidier bouts coming from the Army and the Bahrainians.
Well, that's our support card complete tonight. Out of the 9 bouts, we've obviously got 6 more to come this evening. 2 more in this first half of the evening here at Catterick, and then we'll have 4 more bouts in the second half after the half-hour interval, which we're obviously looking forward to. And during that interval, we'll be getting some more boxing highlights for you, and also some hopefully some more live interviews. And my colleague Simon will be busy doing that and looking after things during the interval while we take a break. But if you're watching in Bahrain, this is, I'm sure, the part of the evening that you've been most looking forward to, So we get stuck in to the British Army versus the Bahrain Royal Guard. And our first match this evening, bout number 4 on the card, is Transman Zak Kaminsky from One Mercy and LAD, and he's taking on Private Mohammed Mehdi Sahak. This is the boxer we've seen before. He's been here at this event before, and I know that he will have a lot of support, this 19-year-old back home.
Fantastic record as well.
He has got a great record. 29 bouts and 27 wins. Of course, you're never quite sure at what level he's been boxing, but that tail of the tape is quite revealing.
Yeah, it is quite revealing. It'll be interesting to see how well he boxes.
So just waiting then for that to happen. And so if you are watching us in Bahrain this evening, and we're delighted to have you with us here in North Yorkshire tonight, because it's going to be a real dust-up between these two. We've got Moulds against Prakash Limbu, Liam come after that. But time now for the boxers in this 4th bout to come to the ring. And we have a Bahrain referee this evening as well. Ahmed Lakal is going to be looking after things in the ring tonight for us here. So now being called to the ring by Brian Young, and the first one coming to the ring, brought to the ring by Tony Davis, is Private Mohammed Mehdi, and he is 19 years old. He's based in the 2nd Battalion. I say 29 bouts and 27 wins. Looks pretty impressive on paper.
It is pretty impressive,
yeah.
It is for sure.
But they're all, these matchups, I know that Ches, Nihil and Tony Davis, between them, they've organised the matchups tonight so that we are going to see some really close contests.
I'm sure it's going to be nice and fair. I'm always interested in these kind of weights. This is the way I used to box at 57, between 57 and 63, so I like watching these sort of weights because I like to see how they match up.
Yeah, so Lance Sergeant Allison piping him in, and Drummer McDowell is now piping in our Army boxer. This is Zak Kaminsky, not short on confidence, is he?
No, Army boxers never are short on confidence.
He's from London, 23 years old, orthodox stance, 7 wins to his name, but he has lost 8, so he'll be very keen to even this one up tonight in his 16th contest.
Like you mentioned before, the record doesn't always tell the bigger picture because you don't know who he's boxing, the experience he's been boxing at, and the level he's been boxing at compared to the Bahrain. So we'll see. And
it's a big night, isn't it, for the Army boys as well? I mean, they've obviously waited now for their chance.
It's a great night.
It's a great night for them. Great opportunity in front of a big audience, both here in the arena and those of you watching wherever you are around the world tonight, to see these Army boxers, who are out to impress. This counts as a lightweight in the traditional sense of the word, doesn't it, I think? A lightweight contest.
For sure, a lightweight.
But I doubt whether either of these are lightweight men. Mehdi Sahak Hakman wearing the green strip of the Bahrain Royal Guard. It's a man from the 2nd Battalion. These men have got experience.
And a very experienced cornerman of Tony Davis as well.
Oh yeah, well Tony's been there. And he's got. In fact, just last week he was actually looking after the youth championships, I think, as part of the Asian Youth Games, and he was looking after the boxing events there. So he had a big job on his hands. But there's not a lot that Tony Davis hasn't seen. And straight away, both men setting to it. You can see straight away the quality already coming through from both of these men. Nice work from Sahak.
But a good fight back from Kaminsky. They get separated. Once more, that's a good one.
Again, that orthodox and southpaw, really trying to get that foot on the outside, winning that battle. It pays dividends when you can get that backhand off down the line.
Which he's already showing tonight. Experienced man.
Oh, alley shuffle.
Bit of a shuffle there, bit of alley shuffle. Okay.
I'm not a big fan of that.
Well, it certainly caught the audience on the hop. This is a good start from the Bahrain boxer here. So again, gets a left and a right, good combination, but a reply from Kaminsky.
He's definitely the flashier of the two, but it doesn't always mean he's landing the scoring shots.
Yeah. Out to impress the Royal Guard. Yeah, he's certainly shuffling his feet around. International boxing brought to you here live on BFBS and our Forces News YouTube channel. But that's a really good combination then from Mehdi Sahak there.
Just need to back it up a little bit more.
But that's definitely scoring. Nice jab coming in from Kaminsky.
Yeah, another great shot by Kaminsky.
Good combination from the man in green.
That backhand's really working now.
Potent. He's got a potent punch there, but Kaminsky coming back at him. Good promise, good matchups here, and we're already seeing that in the ring. Nice 1-2, good combination. Tony Davis looking on. Will be very proud of his man so far. But that's a good combination there. Brilliant stuff from Kaminsky. Coming back at him. First time he's really been able to show his aggression. Just pushed back by referee Lacal.
It's worth a mention that these are 3-minute rounds as well, rather than 2 that we've just been seeing. The work rate hasn't changed though.
No, it hasn't. These two are working themselves into the ground here, early doors. But it's a really good battle this already. This little jab coming through from Mohammed. The last few seconds then of this first round. And he's finishing strongly. Both men spinning themselves around. Bit of respect there. Bit of respect there. Well, that was a really good first round there.
Yeah, it was. The lad from the Royal Guard, I think, nicked it for sure. Just a lot more scoring punches. Hit, didn't get hit. I'd definitely give it a first round.
He was certainly getting the quality in, wasn't he?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. The man that's sent in the ring used his long jab, hitting that backhand through the middle, and then moving on the way out as well.
So that first round going to the Bahrain boxer Mohammed Mehdi Sahak, and if he didn't know it already, Zach Kaminsky knows he's in for a right-all battle here. He's just getting a lot of advice now from his corner, just about how to take him on. But he's looking pretty confident, just taking in the juice.
Yeah, but he just needs to get a little bit tighter with the hands and start aiming for the chest. When someone's moving like that in front of you, the biggest centre of mass is the chest. So you really need to aim for the chest and get him pushed back.
Well, the bell went off a little bit too early there. We are into this second round. And Kaminsky anxious to get out there, and
he's very sharp.
Yeah. Both men really going for it. Tony Davis shouting his instructions from the bottom of from his corner. Mehdi Sahak just puts his guard with the southpaw. Very, very fast. Very quick on the break.
Yeah, he's always getting that foot on the outside as well. That's why he's landing so many more shots than the Army boy.
It's a confident start to the second round, but that's a really good punch that came in there from Craftsman Kaminsky. But he just needs to follow it up, doesn't he? He needs just some few more combinations, perhaps.
He just needs to stay in that centre of the ring where he is now and use the jab and not let it get pushed back, and stay there and start doing his work right there.
He's working hard, and he's working his way back into this fight.
I'd like to see Kaminsky throw the jab a lot more. He needs to really throw more, really change the pace of this bout and slow it down.
The one punch
slightly.
that's really got through so far when he has been able to use it.
The backhand's working quite well when the Sayak's got through, but he really needs to use that jab a lot more.
He takes a standing count. I think he's quite surprised about that, is Kaminsky, but Mohamed Mehdi Sahak, he takes the full count, and they carry on. So
he's just weather the storm slightly here, just keep his chin tucked.
He knows he's got to go for it. But these Bahrain boxers have improved so much over the last few years. You know, we saw the 2 years ago when they came here, and they were well outpointed by the British Army. But they are so improved. Tony Davis has done a remarkable job with them.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's definitely improved them a lot.
That was a very low punch there, but he's got to get his head up. There's Mohamed Sahak. Fights back well though. To say 3 minutes will seem a long time as we approach the end of this second round.
Army needs to start working inside here.
Yeah. Well, that count that it would have counted against him in that second round, wouldn't it? But I thought he improved a lot in that second round.
The Bahrain improved a lot. Yeah, he did. Yeah, improved a hell of a lot. It seemed to again just be a little bit more cleaner with the scoring shots. Army didn't really have much response, to be honest.
Well, Kaminsky's got a lot to do to salvage this one for the Bahrain boxer Mohamed Mehdi Sahak, who is, I think that he's looking good. Just taking all the information he can get from Tony Davis there, and taking him to go left and right and to really give it all he's got, because he has now, we think, probably got a two round lead.
I think so.
So Kaminsky has got to maybe really go for it in this final round, third and final round. And away we go.
Straight to work.
Straight away, Sahak in there. Nice little left and a right from Kaminsky, but the Bahrain boxer comes right back at him. And it's interesting that, you know, Kaminsky has taken that middle ground, but Sahak is perfectly happy to accept that.
Yeah, he's boxing really well on the back foot. Yeah, he's making him miss and making him pay.
And that's a left and a right. Not a lot that Kaminsky could do about that.
I think he's having a bit more fun this round here.
He is enjoying himself, and he was shuffling around. He was almost looking at his corner saying, hey, I'm just about there, aren't I? But I say three rounds, three 3-minute rounds. It's tough going. And Sahak,
when you're boxing 3-3 rounds, you've got a lot more time to set things up over the 9 minutes than you do over the 3-2s.
A lot of instructions flying from both rings, from both corners. Sahak just takes one to the head there, but not a lot to trouble him. Kaminsky comes back at him, just keeping at arm's length. And I think there's not a lot in it height-wise.
I'd like to see a bit more pressure from Kaminsky. When he's there and he's got him backed up slightly, he's just kind of just sitting in front of him in Shaq's range. I'd like to see him just throw the jab and just work his way in a little bit slightly more.
Sahak is just about there. He will feel he is.
I think he's comfortably winning this round now.
Yeah. He's got him where he wants him. The flurry of punches is not going too much far away, but Mohamed Mohamed Tahek then in his 30th bout, heading surely for a 28th win here. Unless Zach Kaminski can produce a knockout or something very, very special in these last few minutes.
I think it might take some doing.
Yeah.
You can hear Tony shouting chest, chest, chest. That means punch to the chest because the
last 2
target's
seconds
moving left and right.
He almost had him on the floor then as well. But, well, it was a great challenge from Zach Kaminski, but I don't think it was good enough to beat off Mohamed Mehdi Sahak.
Yeah, very impressive, very skillful.
Yeah.
Boxed well, boxed on the outside, boxed on the inside. Pretty textbook.
Used all his advantages being the southpaw and also just using his
quite long arms.
Yeah. Well, amateur boxing at its best here tonight, and you can tell that Tony Davis very happy with his man there. We think that he's probably taken all 3 rounds there, and this should be a unanimous points decision. But you never know how the judges are going to act. You just never know how they're going to have to judge these things.
Firstly, I'd like to congratulate both boxers on a fantastic fight.
Warm applause for both men.
And the winner by a split points decision.
Points decision.
Blue.
Well, a split decision.
Went the right way, I think.
Very interesting.
Split decision, surprising in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, it's obvious that Kaminski did enough in those rounds to produce the points, and that count that he took, well, it might have just counted against him at the end.
Potentially.
What do we know, eh?
Well, yeah, I think I would know something, but clearly not.
Yeah.
It's interesting, there was 2 Bahrain judges and 1 Army judge.
Yeah, or maybe they were just being a bit overcompensating on behalf of the Army boxer, but that was a surprise. We thought it was going to be unanimous, really, in favour of Private Mohamed Mehdi Sahak. But anyway, he has won. His 30th bout ends up in a 27th win of his career, which is pretty impressive by anyone's means. And actually, you said that he had an impressive record. I think he showed it, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, I think the record really showed the skill and the class that he had. Boxed it inside, boxed on the outside, used the jab well, moved. Yeah, really good performance.
So that's bout number 4. So the first one for Bahrain tonight, and of course they are looking to win this title, this Royal Guard. And don't forget as well, coming up in 3 weeks' time, we've actually got another major event. There's a Royal Rumble going out there actually in Bahrain, where the UK Armed Forces are going out there to take on the Bahrain national team as well. So that's going to be an exciting one out there in Bahrain, out in the Middle East.
Yeah, what an opportunity for the Army boxing team to go out there and showcase what they've got overseas.
And a combined services team, actually, a UK Armed Forces, so it'll be Army, Navy and RAF as well. But and I mentioned the majority of it made up of Army boxers.
Yeah, what an opportunity that is.
Fantastic chance to go out there and show what they can do. But it's 1-up to Bahrain then in this evening of high quality boxing here in the ring, and we're looking forward to bout number 5, which is a light welterweight contest at 63 kilos with Lance Corporal Leon Moulds from the CS Battalion Rimi up against Lance Corporal Prakesh Limbu Lijan from the Bahrain Royal Guard, 28 years old, from Myanmar, Orthodox stance, and he is the captain of the Bahrain team. So this is going to be a very experienced man. 61 bouts he's had and 51 wins. That's quite an impressive record, isn't it?
It was an impressive bout last year, so this will be a rematch. I think Leon Moulds took the win last year, so Limbu will be looking to get his revenge, I think.
Yeah, Moulds has got 75 fights to his name, and 43 of those have been wins. So this is, I think, one of the could be potentially one of the fights of the night.
Yeah, he's got vast experience, Leon. He's very good. You'll see the way he boxes. He is very impressive.
So very shortly, Brian Young will be calling the boxers to the ring for this 5th bout. This will be the final bout in this first half of the card here at Catterick this evening. And I hope you're enjoying our coverage live here on Forces News YouTube tonight. Our Forces Fight Night November special here. And the boxers now called to the ring. And the first man to come out representing the Bahrain Royal Guard is Lance Corporal Prakash Limbu. Certainly will have the support of any of the Gurkhas who happen to be in here this evening.
I was just about to say, I think he is from Nepal, I think, originally. Remember last year there was a big celebration when he came out from the Gurkhas.
Hopefully the young men wielding the kukri knives have put those away, but they may be supporting him this evening. That was a fairly worrying display of demonstration kukri early from the Gurkhas tonight. It's great to have them here this evening, of course. And Lance Corporal Limbu just receiving the warm applause. I think there's a member of the VIPs tonight as he takes to the ring in the blue corner, and now being drummed into the ring, the man in red. This is Lance Corporal Leon Moulds from Sheffield, 25 years old.
Soaking up the atmosphere.
Yeah, he's enjoying it, and it's an important one for him, and it's important for the British Army to get themselves back into the contest at 1-1. And interesting that head coach Ches Nihill has come out to take control and take guard of his man out there. Looking forward to this one very much indeed. It was a really good contest last year, I say, which Moulds won, and Limbu will be very anxious to get a redress the balance, and that of course will put, if he were to win, would put Bahrain 2 up going into the last bouts of the evening.
Just watching Tony there give his man some advice. By the looks of things, he's going to come out strong and try and brawl this fight. Looking at what Tony just said to him.
Well,
The 5th bout of the evening.
Tony Buff looking after this one in the ring, as far as the referees are concerned.
3-minute rounds. Between, in the red corner, representing the Army boxing team, Lance Corporal Moulds.
Leon Moulds, CF Battalion Remy.
Blue corner, representing the Bahrain Royal Guard, Lance Corporal Limbu.
Limbu. So these two know all about each other. So, ready then for this 5th bout of the night, and the second one in the championship here between the British Army and the Bahrain Royal Guard. Limbu wearing the green and Moulds in the red corner. You reckon we're going to see a bit of a brawl here then?
According to, I was listening to what Tony was saying, he said come out strong, but Leon's very good, very classy. He's getting the centre of that ring, using his feints, making Limbu pause slightly so he can get his work done. Again, just demand that centre of the ring. Poised with that jab, ready for explode.
Limbu looking to make a couple of those punches count, but Moulds comes back at him.
Yeah,
little jab there with his left.
Yeah, what Leon does very well is being in range to throw punches and then just getting out of range just in time for Limbu to come back at him and make a miss. And he's then back in again, throwing his own punches. He's very good at it, moving his feet.
Going with the left as well, looking good. That's a nice little left and a right there, which hurt Limbu. Moulds making a confident start to this first round. Limbu comes back at him. Both corners shouting the odds at their men. Limbu one to the body there. Some jabs.
Leon needs to get back to the jab now. Settle this bout back down with like first 30 seconds. Just get behind the jab.
Limbu, a slippery customer though. Just crouching down there, and Moulds takes advantage.
Yeah,
oh, that was
shot.
a good punch. And left
Now
on
he
the
needs to
right
go
was that
again.
right hook there. And
I think he hit him slightly.
Yeah. And again.
Great shot.
But it's a really good fight back though from Limbu. Good disciplined stuff, and Limbu makes that one count as well. And that's hurt nose.
Little nick under the eye of Leon.
Yeah, he has got a cut there, just under his left eye.
I think that might have been a clash of heads.
Yeah, well, just on his cheek there, you can see. And Limbu again gets one through. A really good first round, this.
Yeah, two high top class operators.
Certainly classy stuff that we've seen so far. These guys know how to box.
Yeah,
That's
really
the end
good
of the first round. Well, really high quality stuff there, Jordan, and well, they both certainly scored lots of points there.
Yeah, I think the Army just nicked that slightly, just the cleaner, especially that backhand and the jab from Leon. I think it was a little bit cleaner of the work of the two. If I was in the corner now of Tony, I would be trying to get my man to just really close that range a little bit more. And once he's there, he needs to stay there.
What impressed me though about Limbu was that he did come back very strongly. Certainly the first part of that round, I would say, went to the Army boxer, but Limbu did come back strongly towards the end.
Yeah, he did for sure, but I think Leon just done enough work in the first half of the round to nick it.
Well, seconds out, time for round two, and lots of instructions going from both sides, the red and the blue corners, as we start round number two here. Limbu in the green, in the blue corner, and in red is Moulds. From the Remy, all the electrical and mechanical engineers. Limbu getting stuck in, just being told by Tony Buff to
watch the elbows
going in.
No, that's what Leon needs to do, just stay there, get the jab in his face. Once he then initiates that contact, the right hand can come down the middle, and he'll score and shot on Limbu.
The corner not too bothered about that cut to his cheek. Backwards and forwards.
You can hear the head coach of the Army shouting, triggering. It just means to try and get Limbu to throw, so then Leon can then counter and get some shots off himself, and he's doing that really well.
He's got him on the ropes at the moment. Well, this is proving as good a matchup as we expected between these two. It was so tight last year when these two met. Oh, nice little right coming in then from Limbu. And I'm sure that if you're watching in Nepal this evening, you'll be cheering for the man in the green, the Gurkha. Although of course he is with the Royal Guard, so he's definitely a Nepalese. Got a tough contest for those two.
Yeah, just get back on the jab again, just get that centre of the ring, just get back on the jab, make a miss.
A low one to the body there, which the referee has spotted. Stop them straight away. Below the belt, was it?
I think it was a shoulder to the face, I think it was.
Oh, well, that was a good one, yeah. He's got one through there as Moulds. Limbu comes back at him.
With the shoulder.
Shot. What a shot. I think both men scored there.
Yeah, at the same time. This is very tight at the moment. Very, very tight indeed as we approach the end of round 2 here. Moulds just looking to finish the stronger of the two.
Yeah, win that last 10 seconds, that was low. Yeah.
Referee brings that one to
Good
an
second
end.
round. Tighter.
Another really tight second round there. And if we thought it was a split decision in the last bout, it's looking more and more like that this time, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a very tight round. I wouldn't like to judge it myself. It just depends what work you prefer. The man coming forward and doing a little bit more, or the little bit better scoring shots from Moulds.
Well, Chesney Hill really laying it on thick as well to his man at the moment. He's, I think, got to make them, as you say, make the most of those jabs, because they're the ones that are getting through. They're the ones that are scoring. But similarly on the far side, the instructions getting very, very close from Tony to his man Limbu, and this is too close a call for the third round here. It's going to be very, very close.
I think it could all come down this third round.
Okay.
See who's got the legs in them going up the hill in the third round.
Let's see. Here we go then. 3 more minutes to go for these two. They've given us a really tight contest. I don't think it's been a brawl at all. I think it's been a very measured performance from both boxers so far. But who is going to come out on top?
Yeah, it's been a great outfit of boxing, hasn't it? Yeah, great job from Leon. Just popping that jab out, moving his feet outside that range, then just scoring again. That's exactly how you want to be boxing.
Yeah. But Limbu coming back at him in a way we would have expected. It's only when you're this close that you realise how fast these guys are. You know, how quick they are on the punch and on the defensive.
Yeah.
Limbu just looking at his corner, just wondering, what have I got to do here?
It's not just the physical aspect of boxing that's tiring, it's the mental as well, and you're constantly thinking, what am I doing next? What's my opponent doing next? How can I hit him? How can I miss? That's what's tiring as well.
Yeah.
Especially in cagey fights like this, where you're constantly trying to make each other miss and constantly trying to make each other throw a punch that you want to throw. It can really get tiring.
When neither man is on top, you know, and you can't afford to take a break for a moment, can you? For a millisecond.
No.
It's been a good fight for Tony Buff to referee as well. He's not had to step in very often, and these men are literally giving it their all here. In the last minute, perhaps, of the
shot, great backhand.
Limbu got one through there. That was an important punch. His Moulds come back at him. Well, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't like to be calling this one.
I personally think Leon's done the better of the work in this last round. Just scoring slightly better.
That was good.
Getting with that left hook. Clear scoring shots. I think he just scored slightly better.
Let's see whether the judges see it like that. Again, he's got one through there. Limbu maybe tiring more quickly.
Yeah, slightly. This is when that concentration that I mentioned a few moments ago, how important it is to stay switched on these later rounds, because like you say, when you've got an operator like Leon in front of you, then you really need to be concentrating.
Well, both of these men really accounting themselves extremely well, but I agree. I think it's Leon Moulds who's just finishing the stronger, and that could prove absolutely crucial as we head into the last seconds of this
great shot.
Fifth bout
Great
of the night.
Go again.
Just a few seconds to go. Are there any more scoring punches available for either man? Limbu gets one in, but so does Moulds. And that is the end of a cracking contest here between these two at light welterweight. And, well, we expected a good bout, and we certainly got it. And just having a quick sneak peek then, maybe at the scorecard.
I couldn't see.
Difficult to tell, isn't it? They guard these pads very well. And, well, it's going to be very, very close, this one, I think.
Just checking the scores now is the man looking after all the scoring this evening, Nathan Pearce, who's a fantastic executive of Army Boxing. Hands the results to the MC. So we will find out very, very shortly who out of these two fighters has come out on top. Mutual respect, as you would imagine, from these two. Yeah, congratulations from all the judges and the referee to both fighters there. It's been a cracking contest. Great way to end this first half of boxing.
Fight, unanimous points, decision. Red.
Yeah.
Well, it's a unanimous one.
Yeah, he's just clearer shots, I think, especially in that last round. He just done a lot better work, and it really showed.
Well, that levels it up at 1-1, of course, in the points tally for the evening. But well done to Leon Moulds there. And he gets warm congratulations from Ches Nihill for that performance. But also warm applause for Prakash Limbu, who produced an excellent performance himself as well. Two very accomplished boxers producing the goods. So we're going to now have a break for 30 minutes. So the instructions then coming from RSMW1 Brian Young for everyone. The VIPs will now leave the ring or leave the arena here, and they will take their break. We have a half-hour break to enjoy, and it's been pretty breathless stuff, hasn't it, so far, Jordan? And I think we could probably say that last fight there was the highlight, probably, of what we've seen so far.
Yeah, it was a great way to end, wasn't it, before the interval? Hopefully the boxing carries on at that sort of standard going forward, because that was a great bout to watch, really interesting. And
you know, for Leon Moulds, obviously he's come back here. He won that bout 12 months ago, and he's come back and he's retained that. So for him, you know, a great night's work.
Yeah, for sure. I think the bout last year pretty much went the same sort of way as well. I think Leon, obviously very experienced, knows how to box, and I think he boxed the exact same way, and he came out with the win again. But
let's pay tribute as well to Prakash Limbu. 28 years old, his 62nd bout, and he fought very gallantly. I'm sure if there's a most gallant boxer of the night, he could well be in with a chance.
He might be in with a shout for sure. Yeah. We've got another 4 bouts to go, so we'll see, but he's definitely in for a shout.
And what about that other bout as well with Mohamed Mehdi Sahak, who obviously took on Zach Kaminsky in the first of the championship bouts tonight, and he was a worthy winner too.
Yeah, for sure. Good experience, like I mentioned before, was really good at boxing on the outside. Very flashy, got his shots off well, moved around the ring, good ring craft, demand the centre of that ring. He obviously got the win because that's how good he was.
It was. Well, Jordan, thanks very much indeed. We're going to take a break now from the live action here. We have the half-hour break. We will have a lot more for you coming up very shortly. But let's take a look now at some more of our military boxing highlights.
All eyes on RAF Honington for one of the biggest forces fight nights of the year. Inter-services crowns were on the line, with the Army looking to retain the team title against their RAF challengers, with the Navy failing to fill out a team. Bout 1 saw the featherweights in action as the Army's Fusilier Matty Calderwood took on air recruit Jaden Johnson from the RAF. It was a testing battle, with both men getting their punches in, but the split decision went Johnson's way.
Elite boxing champion, boxing out of the blue corner, Jaden Johnson.
The women were in action next, as leading physical trainer Billy Matthews and captain Rachel Rose looked to impress any GB or England coaches watching on. It was Matthews who hit harder, dodged quicker, and ultimately wowed the judges for a unanimous decision victory.
leading PT Billy Matthews.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. This is our third one. Speed's the first time, and then I've been here twice since. So, yeah, nice sweep for us now.
The wins for you does mean you're now NAC qualified. So, what's next in your boxing career?
So we want to win a title, really. Like that's what you enter for, isn't it? You want to win a national title. So that's the next step, and then from there, I'd like to get a vest, an England vest, and then after that, it just is what it is, isn't it? We'll see what happens.
Private Dylan Swales had the job of getting the Army off the mark in the welterweight bout. Blaine Lambert was the Inter-Services champion of 2024 in the 71 kilogram category, but the drop down in weight didn't bring the required success. Swales taking the win in a split decision.
It's exciting for both boxers. Corporal Aaron Devine in the blue corner for the Royal Air Force.
The light middleweight bout saw former Scottish champion and current RAF team captain Corporal Aaron Devine in action. The Army's Lance Corporal Mark Thompson looked to take the belt, but it was Devine who put in a divine performance to win.
Boxing out of the blue corner, Aaron Devine.
It's good seeing young Jaden. Obviously, he's still in training, so it's good seeing him get the win. And then this is my first time actually getting to do UCAFs as well, so buzzing to get the win, get the belt. Yeah, it's good having a bit of home support. You do hear it. Got a lot of friends here as well. Been part of RAF boxing for a long time, so surrounded by a lot of people I know, and it's quite nice.
The appearance of Marine Kyle Shaw-Tullin was one of the most anticipated moments of the night. The champion in 2024 has since caught the eye of England selectors and went on to win gold for his country in the Three Nations and Grand Prix tournaments. Back in the cauldron of noise that is Inter-Services boxing, Shaw-Tullin looked at ease as he beat Sapper Marley Devitt.
Trying to be tight there in the face of very hard punches.
Cameron Lewis.
Another champion from last year retained his belt in the light heavyweight bout. Sergeant Cameron Lewis is one of the RAF's top talents and overcame Marine Connor Fanning by a split decision. All of that, as well as results in the pre-final events, meant the Army would retain their team trophy if Private Kieran Cooper could get the job done against Marine Dominic Zeba in the main event. Cooper was on form, hitting the right notes and taking the unanimous decision to spark Army celebrations.
And the celebrating they do.
This was a dominant display by the boxers of 2 Para. The Colchester-based unit bossed their 2 Royal Anglian rivals and were already leading the final 1-0 by the time Nathan Howard enjoyed a unanimous points victory over Alfie King in their 63 kilogram contest. Howard outboxed his opponent and the team in blue claimed their second win of the 9 scheduled fights. Next in the ring for the unit known as the Poachers was Oliver Gracie. He was up against Callum Hayward from 2 Para. Their welterweight clash was one of the closest matchups in the competition, with some explosive exchanges between the two. Defeat or victory is often down to the finest of margins, and in the end, Hayward snatched the win courtesy of a split decision. Rojan Bitmis continued 2 Para's surge to the title. The 2 Para boxer caught the eye with his glove work against the Poachers' Harry Veach. Despite a valiant effort from Veach, it was Bitmes who took the unanimous win to put 2 Para just one victory away from lifting the silverware. The celebrations were put on ice, however, as 2 Royal Anglian, chasing their first inter-unit team title since 1997, came back into the contest. This tournament features fighters at the very beginning of their boxing careers, with just a few fights to their name. Josh Buckley from 2 Para fell foul of the rules, with the judge penalising him for punches deemed illegal. Buckley was disqualified and Blake Holness was the winner of their 75 kilogram bout. Hot on the heels of that result, George Sheldon kept the poachers on a roll with successive wins. Cottesmore-based Sheldon landed the majority of the scoring punches and sealed a unanimous points victory over Leighton Fuller. Hopes of a poacher's comeback were cut short by Tony Jones from 2 para. In a bout that his rival, Charlie Anderson, needed to win, Jones used his experience to outbox Anderson. The 86-kilogram clash went the way of the Parachute Regiment man, and with it, an unassailable lead in the contest. 2 para wrapped up the win to be crowned Army champions for the 3rd time in 7 years.
An electric night of boxing at RAF Catterick. Ready to fight, select boxers from across the RAF and Army, reigniting the long-standing rivalry between the services.
Got our best dress on and ready for the boxing.
Remy colours, I'm supporting the Remy, so that's why I'm wearing these colours.
They're sharp, they're fast, they're aggressive, they're ready to go.
Across 8 bouts, each lasting for 3 2-minute rounds, fighters from RAF Northolt, Witton and Coningsby faced off against the Princess of Wales's Royal Regiment, the Royal Artillery and the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, all before an audience of officers and their peers, including the Deputy Commander of British Forces Cyprus.
It's so inspiring to see our young aviators, craftsmen, gunners getting in the ring and socking it to him. It's incredible. Everyone getting out of that ring is 2 inches taller, right? The pride that they have to do their thing in front of their people and come away with a win or a lose, it doesn't matter. You know, they've all had a fantastic time.
And in the blue corner,
stepping into the ring brings risk and reward. Lance Corporal Lincoln Francis from the Remy won his fight and the award for Best Boxer.
Good bout, enjoyed it, got the win, unanimous, happy with that. It's probably one of the longest camps we've done as a Remy Corps, and it's gone rapid, yeah. But we've enjoyed it, we've worked hard. Remy's like a massive family, always has, always have been. Even since when I first got here, it was everyone gets on, everyone does what they need to do. We all work hard for each other, we all support each other.
In some bouts, RAF challenged RAF while the Army fought each other. When services meet between the ropes, each fight brings them closer as one team.
When our backs are against the wall, these guys, no matter what the colour of their shirt, they dig out for each other.
Claiming victory, the Remy leaves Cyprus bruised but unbeaten.
The keenly contested Army Open Individual Boxing Championships culminated in finals night, with just shy of 30 boxers taking to the ring. Perhaps the pick of the performing pugilists was Harry Fisher from the Remy. He was up against tough as teak opponent Lewis Arty from the Ranger Regiment in a middleweight bout. With the fight underway, Lynham-based boxer Fisher deployed his jab to good effect, eager to keep the wily Arty at arm's length. At 38 years of age, Arty was the oldest competitor in the tournament, and he was keen to take the contest to his rival, 18 years his junior. Fisher went into this competition fresh from winning the Remy Championships, but he had fought at a higher weight in that competition and had hit the sauna to drop down a division here. Despite being lighter, it didn't impact his glove work, and he was beginning to land some nice combinations. By round 3, Arty was starting to blow. This was the signal for Fisher, and a smart left hook from the boxer in blue saw the referee step in to give Arty a standing count on the cusp of the bell. Arty survived the count, but the win was Fisher's.
blue is the winner!
As well as securing the win, Fisher also received a boost to his Army boxing career in the aftermath of his victory.
Plan was just box and move, and I did just that. So
the fact that you're Remy champion and now Army champion as well, and the coaches are here from the Army setup. Is that something that you'd like to go in that direction?
Yeah, well, I've just been invited down for the dev squad, so go down to that and compete to get on the Army squad.
I think you've just completed the boxing hat-trick, haven't you? Remy champion, Army champion, and now invited down to train here.
Yeah, definitely, yeah, I'm keen for it.
You've seen the facilities, you know, your thoughts then and hopes and aspirations then of what you can achieve with Army boxing.
Yeah, with boxing I've always wanted to do as much as I can because it's not worth the hassle really, if not getting hit in the head, stuff like that. You have to make it worth it, so competing with the Army would be amazing, travelling all over, it'd be great.
Obviously there's always the temptation to think big, and I know that if you go forward with your boxing there's always the English national championships. Yeah. Is that something that you see yourself doing, and perhaps even further than that?
Yeah, I'd love to get involved in box cups, national championships, UCAFs, got that coming up next year. I mean, see what happens, sky's the limit, innit?
You've got a little souvenir just on your eye here where you got clouted, but the big souvenir from today is the medal. You must be absolutely delighted.
Yeah, I've been telling myself all week since we got here, Army Gold, that's what I'm coming here for, so I'm so happy we've done it.
Meanwhile, the Royal Engineers entered a number of useful athletes into the tournament, including Jamie Lowe. He took on Marco Collins from the RLC in a light welterweight clash, and Lowe made a positive start to the fight. The cagey contest saw Lowe try to pick off his opponent with scoring punches. By the final round, Lowe, who had enjoyed an intense training camp in Ripon with his fellow sappers, was looking the more likely to take the win. And so it proved. Lowe was still landing precious point-scoring punches, and although Collins looked to counter, it was too little too late, with Lowe taking his maiden Army individual win by a unanimous decision.
It means a lot because I've put my hard work in, so it's finally getting something which shows off your hard work, really.
And do you think this gives you the hunger to go further with your boxing in the Army?
Yeah, so obviously keep winning, obviously you just want to keep pushing on, see how far you can get.
Many of the contests were too close to call, and Caden Turney from the Royal Engineers looked to impose himself on RLC boxer Thomas McCallion in their featherweight fight. But McCallion wasn't going to give up on his chance of top spot and came back into the bout. With a gold medal on the line, both boxers went all out for victory in the closing stages, leaving it as anyone's guess who would win. In the end, though, 2 of the 3 judges backed the same man. And the win belonged to Turney. So delight for the winners, a medal for their efforts and a chance to defend their title in 12 months' time.
And that could be a pivotal moment in this match.
And there is the 3rd try, and a big try it is.
That is sensational. Full time in this match. Thrilling stuff.
Well, welcome back to the Mackay VC gym here in Catterick at the Infantry Training Centre here, the headquarters for infantry training here in the British Army. And we've had a cracking first half of action in the boxing so far, and in terms of the actual competitive side of things tonight with the championship, it's 1-1 after the 2 bouts with Kaminsky and Mohammed Mehdi Sahak winning for Bahrain. And then in the second bout, a victory for Lance Corporal Leon Moulds, who beat Prakash Limbu from the Royal Guard by a unanimous points decision. Well, Leon Moulds is now talking to Simon Hunter.
Thank you, John. Yes, you said it yourself, a cracking night of boxing so far, absolutely electric, and not just
because of the pyrotechnics and the bagpipes, which in and of themselves were absolutely fantastic. Now, the Boxers have played their part in living up to the hype here in Catterick. Absolutely brilliant stuff, one apiece. What a way to set the tone. And I'm with, as you say, Lance Corporal Leon Moulds, the victorious Lance Corporal Leon Moulds. Congratulations, you must be absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, absolutely buzzing, to be honest. It's a box here again on another fantastic show and get the win. Can't complain.
What are you feeling when you hear that music? Of course, you see the sparks flying, you're standing up there, you're hearing the roars as well of the crowd. How are you composing yourself when you first walk out there into the arena?
It's like second nature now. I've done it that many times. It's kind of just gone normal, if that makes sense. So you just look forward to getting in the ring and putting on a show.
And obviously a quick start seems to be the key with these 3 2-minute rounds as well. What do you think were some of the other factors in that victory tonight?
Well, that's as is 3 threes, but you know, I knew what to expect. I boxed him last year, but I just went in the game plan and it works well, so I just carried on with that.
It's easy, I think, when you're sitting here, and I'm sure there will be a number in the crowd who would agree, you know, just how impressive it is and how incredible it is to see you fighting at such an intensity. But just give us a rundown of some of the build-up, what you've been doing in the last few days to get ready.
You know, we've been up and down the country, sparring, Manchester, London. But the last few days is like a taper, sharpening, ready for the big performance.
What do you make of the arena? I mean, we know this is now a prestige international event, British Army against Bahrain Royal Guard. It's a fantastic place to be coming to box as well, isn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's a great show. Probably the best show I've boxed on, if not one of the best, yeah.
And obviously an opportunity. We've still got plenty of bouts to come in the second half of the show. What's it like being part of this Army team? And it's a special unit.
Yeah, it's a good team. It's a strong family. You know, we all box together. We're looking to get the win tonight and revenge the loss from last year.
Yeah, it was that defeat, of course, last year, which you allude to as well. Nice, I guess, in some ways, to be coming out in the first half and be able to watch how your teammates are going to get on next.
Yeah, I'll watch my team now finish strong, hopefully get the win.
And perhaps sad it's over as well for another year for yourself in this bout. But it's certainly a special night. We don't want to end. Thankfully, we have got plenty more to come. Once again, congratulations. What do you think is the key to your teammates coming out and performing just as well as you?
Relax, do the business. They've all got what it takes to win.
Congratulations once again, and good luck to the rest of you for the next bit. Thankfully, we have got plenty more to come, and John Nyson can tell us more about what to expect next.
So we've got a couple more people now for Si to talk to as well. Ben Sargent, who's the man behind the whole evening this evening, WO2 Ben Sargent, actually been promoted to WO1 today, but don't tell anybody because he's keeping it a secret. And also to Oscar Partner, who won that really interesting bout with Luke Robson earlier on. They should now both be talking there to Simon.
Yes, thanks, John. Lieutenant Oscar Partner, is you mentioned there, a fantastic night for yourself. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, like every time there's a boxing night, it just shows how good the Army is. Really shows it off, and for me to get the win, buzzing, absolutely buzzing.
What was the key there? You came out of the blocks, it seemed, very quickly indeed against Fusilier Robson. What was it like to take him on in the ring?
Yeah, listen, as a platoon commander in infantry, I think one thing you have to have is a bit of courage and a bit of fitness, and I always back myself. I think a lot of people always think that I'll run out of steam, but I think it's the one thing I've got, to be fair.
How special is it? I mean, how can you put this experience into words? I'm sure there's plenty of buzz going through you, plenty of endorphins, but what's it been like as you build up to the event as well?
Oh, awesome. I mean, every training camp with Sergeant Benson, who takes us through, got a Sergeant Benson that takes us through the ringer. It is awesome. You sort of realise that boxing in particular is probably one of the only opportunities you get, especially as a platoon commander, to show the troops that you are willing to lead in an actual fight. You know, a lot of it is on exercise, which you could say is sometimes not the real thing, but boxing is as close to the real thing as you can get.
We mentioned it being the real thing. I mean, just take us through perhaps one or two of the sacrifices you've had to make to get to this point, because we know the talent that's in this Army side.
Yeah, listen, when you've still got a job to do in the daytime, as an instructor here, I've still got my full-time work to do, so it's early mornings, late nights. This fight was actually a short notice, so it's still just trying to make it or work around your normal day job as well, because you know that these events are so worth training for. Yeah.
It's nice to be part of the training team, of course, here as well. It's very special, isn't it, when you see just some of that talent coming through and being able to push that through to the next level as well.
Yeah, 100%. When you think some of these recruits are young guys and girls, if they're looking for any inspiration, hopefully that the fighters have done that, including myself. Hopefully there's no better inspiration to watch one of the members of your training team go up and fight and actually show that, you know, in a year's time when they're finished training, they can be in that position and you know, really show themselves off.
What about a word for the crowd here as well, the audience that comes and cheers so fervently whenever you're in there in the ring? I know you may say that, of course, your focus is absolutely keen and on point, but how do you allow yourself to build on that as well? You must feed off that energy.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, the stereotypical nature of it is, as an officer, you go in and you're sort of expecting boos, but, you know, when you get the crowd and the training team and the recruits cheering you on, you know you're doing the right thing, which is lovely to see and lovely to hear, because it's like, actually, you know, everyone realises that it is a courageous thing to do, it is a hard thing to do, and regardless of officer or soldier, people respect it, and that's what I think being one team, one army should be about personally.
And what about One Lancs, you know, word on how special it is to be part of that setup?
Best regiment in the British Army, honestly. I know I'm a bit biased in saying that, but honestly, in terms of what they do sporting wise, I mean, I think it's second to none, particularly the boxing, and that's not through coincidence or lack of, that is pure the effort and the time and the just brilliant leadership that goes into it from Colour Sergeant Benson and Major Skelton and the rest of those that support in the unit. I think there's a particular reason why the Duke of Lancasters are doing so well in sports at the minute, and that's because that team ethos and just that pride in the regiment is really there at the moment.
Well, we know it's extremely special. The King of Bahrain himself watching along this evening in the coverage, and we know how much it means to those Bahrain fighters too tonight. It just gives us a sense of what it's like, the honour to be part of this whole event, because now it's an annual event. We know what it's like every single year, and it keeps seemingly getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, to be called up on such short notice and then to realise what the actual event was for, I mean, I don't think there are many bigger, and I mean, I think that shows in how it's been set up. I think, to be honest, from what I've seen from their fights tonight, they've just shown the quality that they're at. And to be honest, it's a surprise that you don't see as many like Bahraini fighters on the big stage. And I'm sure in the future you'll definitely start seeing them, because from the quality tonight, it's another level.
And what's next for you?
Probably a few more fights at some point. Whether I choose to do them or not, I think I'll just get thrown in.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations once again tonight, and we keep getting the guests coming through. I think left hand shake's probably going to be the way forward, isn't it? But congratulations, and we keep getting more and more guests coming through. I think W1 Ben Sargent as well, which is great to have you along. One of the guys who's organised this event, been behind a lot of the planning as well. When you look around and you see this arena, you see the whole setup, it's extremely impressive. How's it been for you in making all this happen and being part of that team?
Yeah, it's great. You know, it's stressful. I won't lie, but it's fantastic. Yeah, it's to be able to host the British Army versus Bahrain, and I've got the Bahrain coach next to me here. It's fantastic, just bringing two nations together and let them fight on a display like this and give the experience to the recruits of what elite level kind of sport is. It's absolutely fantastic, and that's what we're here to do. You know, and I hope ITC continue to keep this partnership, because it's fantastic to be a part of. Yeah.
Well, Bahrain head coach Tony Davis will bring you in as well, a man who's no stranger either to Army boxing and also Bahrain boxing. And how great is it for your fighters to be competing here tonight? Something we see every 12 months, but my word, it's a spectacle.
Yeah, it's fantastic, you know. And what's great about my boxers, you see, I guess everyone that comes here can see the improvement each year they come across. And, you know, we started from sort of nothing, you know, coming here for the third time. You can just see with those two last bouts that we've just had, the standard's been really high.
And one apiece, obviously. It's fairly interesting going into the second half of tonight. What sort of thing are you saying to some of those who'll be boxing in the second half of this evening's proceedings?
As long as they just stay calm, relaxed, composed, you know, and, you know, try and stick with the game plan. You know, this is a huge occasion for them, you know, boxing in front of over 1,000 people. So, you know, it's just about keeping the nerves, keeping the calm, getting in the ring and executing that game plan.
Well, I think congratulations is in order for W1 Ben Sargent now. I think promotion, and what a way to celebrate it as well on a night like tonight.
Yeah, thanks very much. No, it was great yesterday. I got the good news, and unfortunately celebration runs hold for the family and everything like that until the weekend, because we've had this event to deliver. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Must be a fairly easy sell when you're trying to get people to come to this event and they see not only the quality in the ring but also the atmosphere there as well. We see the VIPs lined up, we see all the troops as well as soldiers. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. And do you feel, can you sense it just growing year on year?
Yeah, absolutely, it's grown. I mean, I've been here for that since the beginning of when this first event was on, and this is the third one that we've run now, and we've seen it grow each time, and I think Tony will be able to elaborate a bit more on when that started and how it's grown. But yeah, it's fantastic. We love running it. The partnership's good.
Yeah, over those years, I'm sure you've seen quite a bit of change.
Yeah, huge change. And, you know, I can confer with Ben because, obviously, I'm an event organiser also in Bahrain, so I know exactly what he goes through. And, you know, and putting such a big event like this isn't an easy task. You know, it's just down to his leadership, that's why he's been promoted yesterday. And it's just fantastic, you know. And the main thing for me is it's all about the boxers. They're the most important people in this whole process. And, you know, they will be the ones that inspire the recruits, you know, and fellow soldiers amongst the crowd tonight.
I'm sure you've got plenty who are chomping at the bit to be part of that Bahrain side as well. Just give us a sense of the talent that's out there as well and how you're selecting that team.
Yeah, so it's, you know, it's a very small country, you know, former colony of the British. You know, we do host quite a number of events, and what I do is sort of select boxers from there, you know, from the military and from outside the military also. But, you know, boxing's kind of booming, and it's probably leading the way to a degree from the whole Gulf, which incorporates obviously Kuwait, Saudi, Qatar, UAE, and now Oman. But, you know, I think Saudi have so many boxers, you know, we'll be overtook soon by them, but it's just fantastic to see the explosion of boxing.
Another man who's been key to the success in Army boxing, Ches Nihel, you're going head-to-head with, of course, is the head coach of the Army side tonight. It's special, isn't it, when you have these encounters and you're able to sort of play off against each other?
Yeah, with Ches, you know, but we go back quite a way, and it's good to see his development also. You know, we're just the guides and try and get the boxers to execute the game plans and what have you. Well, I've seen a total difference to the Army team this year. You know, last year they were really pumped up, firing. But this year they're a bit more relaxed, you know, and they've had a lot of time now with Ches, and he's done a great job. And you know, this next half is going to be exciting. It's going to be a bit of a roller coaster ride, I would imagine.
I think so. I think that's fair to say. I think we can't wait for it. I'm sure you're just getting those that adrenaline pumping again. Good luck to you for the second half, and congratulations once again on what you've done with that Bahrain side, as well as to Ches Nihel too in the Army side. We're just seeing some of the smoke going off, some of the VIPs returning to see an amazing second half of boxing here at Catterick Garrison. We can't wait. Tony, thank you very much once again. I'll see you soon, and we'll get back to the commentary team because, well, we're all keen to see what happens, what we've got in store in the second half.
Simon, thank you very much. Simon, thank you very much indeed. Great interviews there with Tony and obviously with Ben and also Oscar and Leon there as well, coming back out of the dressing room, having been out there in the ring and competing, and great for them to come and tell us what they have. And so I'm delighted that they've been there to talk to us. Back here ringside, we're waiting now, of course, for the part 2 of the boxing, but before that we're going to be entertained very shortly by the pipes and drums of the Royal of the Irish Guards, who we're looking forward to hearing very much indeed. And I must say, Jordan, who's back with us ringside here, all to play for in this second half.
Yeah, level it up. Leon leveled it up coming at the second half, so it should be, like you say, all to play for.
He had plenty to say at half-time, of course, about how it was out there in the ring for him tonight, and it certainly wasn't easy against Limbu.
No, he's a really good competitor, Limbu. Again, experienced, a lot of bouts, same with Leon. It was a really cagey contest, but I think Leon's a little bit more switched on coming into the third round, and it paid dividends in the end.
Now we've got 4 more bouts to look forward to in this second half of the programme, and they're all very much to look forward to, but the one that's going to start us off is the female contest tonight, and this another rematch at featherweight at 57 kilos with Corporal Felicity Johnson, Flick Johnson from Wellingborough in Northamptonshire, against Sergeant Miriam Kalmis from the Bahrain Royal Guard from Battalion Headquarters. And now these two met last year. This is the sort of second rematch, isn't it, of the evening? And it was a victory that, then for Flick Johnson.
Yeah, I've just been watching Felicity warm up in the change room. Actually, she's looking very sharp. I couldn't get eyes on the Bahrain change room. They've kind of shut it off, but I was allowed in the Army boxing change room, and yeah, she's looking good. She's looking good and looking sharp on the pads of chairs.
Well, Tony was saying that Marion Camis, I mean, she's continuing to improve. 12 bouts to her name so far, the 30-year-old. 9 wins and 3 defeats. Of course, one of those, as we said, is to Flick Johnson, who's now got 18 bouts to her name, and 10 of those have been victories. But again, these two will know each other really well, so they'll know what to expect when they step out into the ring.
Yeah, she's very tidy, Camis. I remember watching her last year, obviously against Flick, and Flick likes to get the centre of the ring, but she was very tidy, scoring shots as well, so it'll be interesting to see how much she's improved over the past year and see what she can do.
Well, Tony says it's a continual improvement for her, so yeah, you're right. We'll look forward to seeing how she gets on. That'll be followed then by bout number 7, which will be Dylan Swales from the RLC, Peepers RLC, against Private Abdullah Al-Abdullah. That's going to be an interesting one for the commentator to get his head round. But again, he's got 18 bouts to his name, 13 wins against Swales. Another guy from this part of the world. He's a Borough boy. Yeah. 32 bouts, 21 wins. Actually, I was watching some football involving Middlesbrough the other night.
Not quite as good as Newcastle, no.
Not quite as good as Newcastle, but they were good enough to get a draw at my team, Leicester.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's going to be time now for the second half of proceedings. As I said, we're going to have the pipes and drums from the Irish Guards very shortly to entertain us. So we're looking forward to that bout number 7. Then 2 further bouts to follow that. Which is going to be Jack Lorja from One Mercian and Lance Corporal Israel Okafor from the 2nd Battalion of from Bahrain, and that'll be followed by the last bout of the night, which will be super heavyweight Joshua Young Hastings of the Grenadier Guards against Private Augustine Isaac. So everything to play for, and if you look at them, they've all got experience, they've all been in the ring a bit, they've all got some wins and defeats behind them. Israel Okafor looks really good at heavyweight at 92 kilos. From the 2nd Battalion, he's had 9 wins from his 10 bouts against Lorja from One Mercian, 17 bouts and 9 wins to his name. And as we head towards the heavier weight contests, if it remains sort of level, it's going to be fascinating, isn't it, to see how this championship works out in the end.
Yeah, what else is fascinating as well is there's 2 infantiers closing up for the Army, so obviously being through the infantry training centre themselves, coming back in boxing, it's obviously a great opportunity.
So our piper then is giving us the cue that things are going to be starting very shortly with the VIPs. Returning, this is Lance Sergeant Allison, who's been a busy chap tonight, piping in the blue corner, but he's now piping in the VIPs who are now coming to take their seats here for us to get the second part of the evening underway. And what a night it's been so far here. Great night of boxing here in Catterick, which we're enjoying very much indeed, and there's plenty more to enjoy, as we've just been talking about, with those bouts that are due to follow. So the VIPs taking their seats, and we prepare to be entertained now by the pipes and drums. Well, a masterful performance there from the Cora drums from the Irish Guards, treating us to some fantastic playing there, and it just makes it such a wonderful military event, doesn't it, Jordan, when you have the Cora drums coming out and doing the biz that for us.
Yeah, I think the drums always just sets the scene, especially at the interval. Just gets the crowd going again for the final 4 bouts of the evening.
They certainly are as they make their way. I don't think work is completely done for all of them, particularly for David McDowell there, the side drummer there, who's doing all the drumming in for all the red corner this evening. So his work is still set to be done. But for the rest of the lads, a good night's work there, and it's not easy to stand up on a stage there and play the fifes and drums like that. But they did the Irish Guards proud this evening.
Yeah, I think they'd be rather stood there playing the drums and getting punched in the face, I think.
You're probably right. You're probably right. But we're looking forward now then to the final 4 bouts of the evening here, which will decide this year's encounter between the British Army and the Bahrain Royal Guard. And if you're out there in Bahrain this evening, well, you've got a lot of boxing to look forward to in the wee small hours.
As you can hear, my voice is gone, so you now get to hear me in high definition. Welcome back, and we'll start on with the next bout.
Yeah, W.O. Brian Young finally giving way to the inevitable as he pipes aboard the next bout. And of course, as we've said, this is the female encounter this evening at featherweight at 57 kilos, a rematch from last year, and this is Sergeant Miriam Kamis in the blue corner representing the Bahrain Royal Guard. She works with 3rd Battalion Headquarters, so 12 bouts to her name so far, and she's got 9 wins, only 3 defeats, and 2 of those have come here in Catterick over the last 2 years. She's lost those 2, so a very successful boxer for her. And she'll be up against a very determined opponent in Corporal Felicity Johnson, 24 years old, from Wellingborough. She looked pretty determined in the training room as they were getting ready.
There's a great pedigree of females down the Army boxing team now, and a great pedigree of females that have boxed here as well. ITC Catterick, Lily Devlin's boxed here before, obviously Felicity's boxing now, so it's good to see the females get in the ring.
Well, it is, and great for them to be playing a major part in this event as well, because obviously whatever happens this evening, that scores towards the overall totals. Maybe that's what we'd like to see in inter-services boxing at some stage, where the female bouts actually do count towards the overall score.
That'd be good, wouldn't it? Sure.
That will be taking us forward. And of course, the women do continue to wear the head guards, whereas, as you'll have noticed if you were watching, that the blokes don't wear head guards. Did you have to wear head guards when you were?
No, I never wore head guard. Used to wear a head guard as a junior, but then the rules came in when I turned senior that there's no head guards anymore, and I think I much prefer boxing without a head guard. You feel a little bit constricted, and you've got a bit tunnel vision with the head guard on slightly. I don't really understand why the females wear a head guard and the males don't wear a head guard, but that's not for us to decide.
No, it isn't, but that is what's happening. And Miriam Kamis just showing her teeth there. I wasn't sure whether she was showing them towards Felicity Johnson or not, but this is going to be a very interesting matchup between these two. And
the 6th bout of the evening is the 5 kilogram female contest, boxed over 3 3-minute rounds. Between, in the red corner, representing the Army boxing team, Cottle Johnson.
Big support for Flick Johnson here.
And in the blue corner, representing the Bahrain Royal Guard, Sergeant Kamis.
So, here we go then.
Johnson red, Kamis blue.
The referee, Ahmed Lakhel, is looking after that this is his second bout of the evening. He's come over from Bahrain. He'll be operating this contest, and away we go then. And straight away, both
straight to the centre of the ring.
Straight to the centre of the ring as they challenge each other.
Great work to the body there by Flick.
Both of them really determined. Flick Johnson from Wellingborough, Northamptonshire, 24 years old. Her opponent 6 years her senior, and has been boxing for that much longer, of course. Many more bouts to her name, but 18 bouts actually to Felicity Johnson. She's been pretty busy since she joined the team.
Yeah, she's boxing really well here. It's been nice and tidy. Camus is coming in straight lines, just doing well to get off on an angle and getting her shots off. Yeah, great shot down the middle there. Nice uppercut down the middle, and she's wobbled slightly. Yeah. She needs to go again.
That was
needs to throw that again.
Put her opponent in big trouble, and Johnson sensing that she's got an opportunity here to maybe finish this early. I'm sure that Camus will come back at her. Just looking a little bit pensive on the Bahrain corner at the moment. What can Camus do here? Can she get herself back into this? Because Johnson has pushed herself into a challenging position here. And once again, good scoring punch there. She's certainly homed in quickly on her opponent. And again,
a good double jab. She's getting her work off really well. Just jabbing and moving.
Just working so hard. The corporal working so hard, as you say there. But Camus
getting caught slightly on the way out. Yeah. Potentially dip the knees and just roll underneath them shots.
Just got to be careful of that.
Yeah, good shot on the body there. Oh, right on the belt line.
Johnson comes back at her opponent again.
That bent arm shot over the top seems to be working very well for Flick. It's just hitting the side of the head guard. It's really landing every single time.
And Camus just can't get those punches in at the moment. Johnson just too quick for her. Just going for the body, and then with the right hook.
Oh, great shot.
Another one
seems
for the
to be
body.
landing with that right hook to the body as well. Right hook to the body and the right hook over the top. That little bent arm shot just seems to be landing.
Last few seconds then of this first round.
Yeah, Felicity can just go for a little walk now, not just lose anything in the last 10 seconds, just be smart, just be clever. Yeah, good first round by Felicity.
Yeah, Felicity Johnson there. Pretty dominant in that first round, we would say, but we've already been caught out once this evening. I think Johnson just showing a lot of class there, Jordan, in her, certainly in the way she began the fight.
Yeah, she just boxed really well, just being just inside that range, landing her scoring shots, and then just getting out of range, circling around the ring, using that ring craft, using that experience, and just going again with the exact same combinations.
Chesnai Hill just handing the instructions to her. Tony Davis similarly having to really make the points through that she's got to. Camus has maybe got to up her game in the second round.
Yeah, I think I'd much rather be Ches in this situation. Not much instruction needed really, she's boxing really well.
Just more of what she's been doing, I think.
Yeah, exactly that,
should, but Camus will come back at her. She's an experienced fighter.
Yeah, Ches out the
and
ring.
She's determined as well. You can see that determination that she has. And here we go then with the second round.
Yeah, great job again, straight on the job.
Straight away Johnson gets to work. Camus on the defensive, but trying to launch a couple of strikes of her own. But Johnson very, very adept at the moment. On her feet.
She's still getting caught slightly with some silly shots on the way out. She needs to tighten it up a little bit, or dip the knees slightly just to roll underneath them, or just move the feet out of range. She's still getting caught slightly.
Camus coming back into it then. You can hear the instructions coming from both camps here. It's a strange quiet around the arena at the moment. This is better from Camus though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is slightly better. Yeah, just getting the rhythm a little bit more, but again, not really scoring too much compared to Felicity. And then she needs to go again there. She needs to work in two phases. She's through that 1-2. She's landed, she's got her range. She needs to get back in through again.
And you know, every boxer's going to go through a phase in a round like this, aren't they? Where they maybe just drop off a little bit and then they come back.
Well, over that 3 minutes, it's going to happen. You have peaks and troughs in the round. You just got to make sure you win enough of the round. Catching the judge's eye enough.
Rick Johnson then coming in on this second round, but she was caught then by a hook.
Yeah, just
a left
just
hook.
on the way out.
You're right, she is being caught a little bit sometimes.
She is doing her work and she is landing. She's just slightly being caught on the way out. She just needs to dip the knees and it'll not happen.
Referee just stepping in there, telling Johnson to just step it up a bit. Not too low. Well, if either of those punches had landed, we might have had a knockout on our hands, but they didn't. Camus is controlling the
centre of the ring.
Centre of the ring. She's done well in the second round. Much better from her. And that ends the
Definitely
second round.
Better round from Camus. I still think Felicity's done the better work in the scoring shots, but definitely a lot more positive.
Well, we'll see what the judges say. Obviously, a few little taps coming in from the electronic scores, and it's all to do with the number of scoring punches, which the audience doesn't always see. They don't necessarily see the work that's going on, and particularly if you're sat towards the back.
Yeah,
you're only going to notice the big punches that land, which may not necessarily be scoring punches.
Yeah, what I'll be saying to Felicity now is just landing really good shots, but just on the way out, just getting caught. So she just needs to throw up punches, dip her knees slightly, just move her head side to side and take off on that angle. If she does that, she'll breeze this third round, I think, in my opinion.
Well, tiredness could creep in as well. We'd say that 3-minute rounds. It's tiring stuff out there for these amateur boxers, but they are very much in the zone. As Miriam Camus comes out, she's looking to make her mark here against Flick Johnson.
Yeah, good movement with the feet there from Flick.
Yeah. Just seems well within herself at the moment.
I was just listening in the corner there. Saw Niall just wants to throw a lot straighter punches in this last round, and I think that's shown now. She's throwing that jab, lead hand jab, and then backhand straight down the middle. There's not much bent arm shots going on.
Bit of cat and mouse at the moment. Johnson just biding her time.
Yeah, good shot.
Camus comes back at her. Johnson almost sort of peering around the corner there, trying to find her way through.
Yeah, good job.
She found her way through with that one. Just got the little left jab in there. Goes for a left and a right combination.
She needs to just keep her concentration now, not get caught with anything stupid, and just see this bout out, because I think she's in the lead. She just needs to see it out, get behind the jab, keep it nice and long, and not do anything silly.
Into the last minute then of this final round. Felicity Johnson looking for her 11th win of her career.
Yeah, go again.
And again,
yeah, great shot.
Got through there. She's just getting the shots through, but Khamed is coming back. Camus is coming back. Good contest this between these two.
It's definitely a good showcase on boxing for female boxing.
Well matched, yeah. Any young ladies out there, young women who fancy themselves coming into military boxing, there's definitely a route. Johnson just sort of chiding her opponent a little bit there, saying, come on, you come to me.
Yeah, that's what I mean by a bit boxing IQ. It's just little silly things like that. Just needs to get back to the centre of the ring and just gets back on the job.
Well, you can easily get caught with that sort of thing, can't you, if you're not careful. Camus coming at her, knowing that she's really got to step it up maybe in these last few seconds.
Last 10. Keep it simple.
Well, it's a really good end to the fight. And it's all over.
Good 3 rounds.
Yeah,
enjoyable.
Really good 3 rounds of boxing then from these two very, very accomplished young women. And Tony Davis, you know, he gives Mariam Camus a big hug there for her efforts. And you know, in a country, you know, in Bahrain, to have female boxing is very special because it's unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great to see.
So here we are then. What are the verdicts then going to be of the judges? We'll find out very shortly from Brian Young. He's going to announce now who has won this. I think Camus is feeling pretty confident, but we'll soon find out.
Again, please congratulate both boxers on a hard-fought contest. And the winner by split points decision, red.
Felicity Johnson wins it on a split decision.
Yeah, well deserved.
And, you know, Jordan, you were absolutely right that Camus was getting some of those scoring punches in when you were saying that Johnson just
on the
had to
way
be on
out,
her guard.
for sure, yeah. Clearly caught the eyes of the judges enough.
Yeah. But congratulations to Flick Johnson, who puts the British Army 2-1 up then on the night. Hold on. And that was a hard-fought contest. It was a hard win for her in the end.
Yeah, it was a good bout, really good showcase of women boxing, like I said before. Really skilled. It's good to see.
And there are no easy contests here tonight. That is obvious from what we've seen from these showcase matches in the championship, which only goes to show that over the last 2 or 3 years, you know, when you've got the right matchups, you can have a really good night of boxing.
Yeah, it's nothing better than a fairly matched boxing bout. It's to and fro, and you're not quite sure who's got the result at the end of the 3 rounds.
So the pleasantries just underway with the presentations just being made across there away to my left-hand side, the presentation area. And very shortly we'll be ready for bout number 7 on the card this evening, which is a welterweight contest at 67 kilos with Dylan Swales against Abdullah Al-Abdullah. I've been practicing that one, by the way. So photographs being taken, and you know, some good conversations between those two boxers who have met before. And of course Flick Johnson now, she's got a two points lead over Mariam Camus. It'll be interesting to see whether they meet up this time next year. They're ready to go then, hopefully, for the next match in this contest. As I say, it's a welterweight contest now with Dylan Swales from the RLC, 22 years old, from Middlesbrough, against Private Abdullah Al-Abdullah from 20 Battalion. He's got 18 bouts to his name, 13 wins and 5 defeats. And the boxers are ready to come out. Ben Sargent is just marshalling them ready to come through. Bout number 7 of this 9-bout card tonight. So here we go then. Important one for the Bahrain Royal Guard. to keep them very much in the contest. It's 2-1 at the moment in favour of the British Army. And let's not underestimate the importance of winning this tonight.
No, it's a big deal. For both sides, it would be a big deal to win for sure, especially for Bahrain to come over to the UK in boxers. A good pedigree of boxers, it'd be great for them, but also it's a massive for the British Army as well.
So the 23-year-old comes into the ring here, surrounded by his support team. Abdullah, 23 years old, as I say, 20 battalion he's based. And now it's time for the British Army's contestant here, Private Dylan Swales. You always feel sorry for the boxers who have to wait there. They've got to wait for the whole evening.
Well, I was always late, so I always used to be first going, so I was always happy with that, so I could watch the boxing and enjoy it. But the heavier lads have always got to wait to the end of the night.
Well, here's Dylan Swales then. He's a Borough boy, Middlesbrough lad, another from the northeast, orthodox style. 21 wins, and that's a decent number of victories, but he has lost 11 times. He won't want to make it 12 tonight. So you can see the pyrotechnics that we got. Great work once again from David McDowell on drumming duties tonight as he drums in his man from the British Army. Looking confident.
Yeah, it's always a cagey time when you stood in the ring just waiting for the bout to start.
I think this could be another really cracking contest here at welterweight.
It's a great weight. They can punch and they're usually pretty fast as well, so it's usually a good spectacle.
Well, looking after things for refereeing duties, Major Liam Harkin is refereeing tonight.
The second bout of the evening is the 60-kilogram contest, boxed over 3 3-minute rounds. Between, in the red corner, representing the Army boxing team, Private Swales.
Lots of home support here from the northeast for Dylan.
And in the blue corner, representing the Bahrain Royal Guard, Private Al Abdullah.
Abdullah Al Abdullah and Dylan Swales. Just covering their final briefing then from Liam Harkin.
Red Swales, blue Al Abdullah.
Welterweight, always a great weight to enjoy. These guys know their way around the ring, that's for sure. And straight away it's Al Abdullah who's grabbed the centre ground.
Good exchange of jabs early on. Oh, great job there.
Al Abdullah, who was here last year, I believe, and acquitted himself very well. And again, let's not underestimate the importance of this night in developing great relations between the British military and the Bahrain Royal Guard. This sort of thing does no harm whatsoever in cementing those good relationships. And
Swales doing really well here, jabbing, just getting his head just off the line and just coming back with another jab. He's done that quite a few times now, just done that again there. He's doing that really well, he keeps me line, it seems to be working, being effective.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that boxing's not always just about being offensive, which of course is what Al Abdullah is. He's the offensive boxer at the moment. Defending is really important as well. If you defend well, you can get those scoring punches, those scoring points.
Yes, Swales is known as a back foot counter puncher, and he's doing it perfectly here. He's making them miss and he's making them pay. There you go.
And yeah,
prime example.
Picked him off there, didn't he, with that just that left jab. Al Abdullah coming for him. And again, another scoring punch then from Swales.
like I mentioned in a previous bout, the Bahrain lad really needs to start punching towards the chest. It's the biggest centre of mass. When he's moving side to side, the Army boy, it's hard to hit. So if you hit that centre of mass, you really slow him down, you get him against the ropes, and you really start doing your work. But he just seems to be aiming for the head, which is a small target, and he's missing.
Great insights, actually, Jordan, into what must be going through the boxer's minds. But Swales is handling his opponent really well, but just on the ropes at the moment. Needs to get away from there. A lot of noise coming from the Bahrain boxer too. Takes one to the head and the jab. Efficient punching, great efficient work. Last moments under this first round.
Good ring craft, getting centre of the ring again, moving off at angles.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good first round.
That was a really excellent first round of boxing.
Very tidy from the Army boy.
You give that to Dylan Swales?
Yeah, 100% there.
Yeah. Yeah, he looked very accomplished there.
Very effective.
He looks confident, looks happy. What's happening on the far side as far as the...
He's getting a little massage halfway through the round here.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've ever seen that.
Yeah,
trying to get his legs to work.
Yeah, that's interesting. And that won't have gone unnoticed by the red corner.
No, not for sure.
So we've got a lot of boxing ahead of us in these two next remaining 2 rounds.
He's just trying to wake his boxer up there in the corner by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Still sleeping.
So what can Al Abdullah do here then? Probably knows he might be trailing from that first round. But Dylan Swales, confident.
Let's see if the leg rub works, eh?
Yeah. I mean, you just never know, do you, what they've gone through in training. Any injuries they might have picked up.
Very effective there, just getting out that range there and just landing that left hook as he's coming in. Slapping slightly.
Just took an illegal punch there when the referee had told them to break away. Now back into that centre of the ring, both of them looking for that centre ground. Swales makes another 1 count. So effective his left jab.
Yeah, it's like a car piston coming out, isn't it? Straight line, straight down the centre.
And again,
and
right
the backhand as well.
Just feels he's on top of his opponent at the moment, but Abdullah hits back, scoring punch of his own there.
Getting tangled up, it can happen.
Looked like a bit of ice dancing there.
Torval and Dean.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he felt that.
Abdullah fighting back, as you expect.
Swales got caught with a cracking backhand there. I think he felt it slightly.
Yeah.
He looked a bit wobbly leg, but he seems to have recovered quite well back on the job.
Goes in with the right hook.
Swales just setting it up slightly, just jabbing it down to the body. I won't be surprised if one comes over the top very soon. Jab down the body and over the top. I think that's what he's trying to set up.
Abdullah coming back into this very much in this. And that was a really good punch there from Swales.
He's done that very well, Swales. He's set that up great. He's jabbed down to the body a fair few times now, and then Abdullah will be thinking he's going down to the body again. He's just brought it right over the top and he's landed.
He's taken a warning. That's one warning for Abdullah there. And very humble in his apology. But I think we knew straight away that was an illegal punch.
You usually get away with one, but Liam Harkin not given any room.
And of course that is going to count against him, but he's coming back strongly at the end of this round. Abdullah going for his man. Well, he had to be strong there, did Abdullah. He knows that he's well, he's got a fight on his hands if he's going to unseat Dylan Swales here. Definitely his round there, Swales.
Yeah, but yeah, 100% Swales again. He's just hitting and moving so well, boxing so nicely, using the ring to his advantage, using that nice long jab, up and down, both sides of the body. Great work.
Well, we'll see how these things develop then in the final round here.
Abdullah really needs to get behind that jab, close the range down as much as he can, and once he's there, just don't get off the chest of Swales. Just don't let him move left or right, cut the ring off as best he can, use the jab, hit the chest, and just do as much work as he possibly can once he's in there.
Well, I just felt that when Abdullah took the he took the count there, or he took the warning, he realised he's now got to really go for it.
Yeah, I think he did. He came out pretty hot after that warning, didn't he?
Abdullah takes on his man. Swales just got to be patient, just got to bide his time.
Yeah, that jab can't seem to miss. It's every single time it's landing.
Referee says box on.
I like to see that, just the referee just giving warnings on the move instead of boxing, stopping the bout. You can just tap the shoulder and warn on the move, and you can just let the flow of the boxing go. Sometimes you got to stop like this, but on occasion you can definitely let it go.
This is a war now. This is breaking out here between these two. Abdullah just knows time is not on his side here. Swales nice again, and again he's caught him with a left.
He really cannot miss with that jab. Every single time, straight down the line, it's hitting.
Abdullah coming back at him.
He's getting a little bit desperate now.
Yeah. Really puffy around his right eye as well. It's been so effective, that left jab.
Yeah, again, every time.
This is a really good performance from Dylan Swales here, dancing his way around the ring. Got him where he wants him.
Shot.
And again, he's got him with another left.
Check hook, turn off and getting the set in the ring. It's textbook.
And again, every time he's coming through and he's making these punches count. But still, his Bahraini opponent comes at him. There's a little cut maybe above Swales' left eyebrow.
There's definitely one below Abdullah's, that's for sure.
Yeah. And again, that was a right that time. So effective his punching. Abdullah hits back. He's not out of this yet, but the quality of Swales' punching here is really very, very good indeed.
Pleasure to watch, isn't it?
Yeah.
So slick.
He's shown his craft.
Great shot.
He's shown his craft here.
He's really enjoying
in a
himself
masterful sort of way. And the bravery of Abdullah is equally immense. Brought back by Liam Harkin. Last moments then of this third round. Abdullah having to go for him, but he's facing all sorts of issues here now. And that's a masterful performance. A masterful performance from Dylan Swales there, and I'll be very surprised if he's not victorious.
Yeah, outstanding bout. Very impressed.
Well, I don't think there's going to be too much of a problem there for the judges' decisions.
Unanimous decision, I think, the red corner.
For all the bravery that Abdullah showed, Dylan Swales there, huge quality of boxing from him, and the information being passed over to Brian Young, who will reveal.
Again, please congratulate the boxers on a hard-fought contest.
You can usually tell when the decision's being made quickly, it's going to be an easy decision, unanimous one way.
Should be a unanimous victory for
The
Wales.
winner by split points decision.
Another. Oh.
Red.
Well, we've not been right once this evening, have we?
Well, it's very interesting, isn't it, that we thought it was a masterful performance then from Dylan Swales, but Abdullah again, he showed his spirit and determination. You're looking a bit surprised.
I can't believe that it's went split decision. I thought Swales just dominated that full 3 rounds. Couldn't miss the jab, couldn't miss the right hand. Everything.
Well done, Dylan. Congratulations. Well, but at the end of the day, a win's a win, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you do it. As long as you get the W, it's all that matters. But
and that puts the British Army 3-1 up now in this contest, which means that we've got just 2 bouts left, which means they can't lose this. Now, it does mean, though, that if Jack Lorja from One Mercian wins his battle here against Israel Okafor, then it will be the British Army who take this title. Presentation's just being made right now, but our 8th bouts, we're into the heavier boxers now, the heavyweight contest coming up.
Yeah, it's always good to see the heavyweights.
Yep.
Bit of a slugfest.
We just await now. James Battle comes out to take care of this contest, and this will be his last officiating of the night. The officials, the referees are doing judging as well this evening, as we're seeing they're moving around.
Yeah, they usually rotate from judging, timekeeping, and then to referee.
Yeah. Multi-skilled operation. But Jack Lorja then, 25 years old. He's from Kidderminster in the West Midlands. Orthodox stance. 17 bouts and 9 wins to his name against Lance Corporal Israel Okafor from the 2nd Battalion. He's 29 years old. He's had 10 bouts and he's won 9 of them. So Israel Okafor, a lot hinging on his performance tonight.
Yeah, 2 big lads who are going to enter the ring now. Law from Warmers, he's a big boy. Watch him in the interval.
Yeah, there'll be no quarter given when these two match up. Very shortly they'll come out into the ring here, and they'll be greeted by the audience, mainly, I say, of trainees, young soldiers,
young potential infanteers.
Yeah, it was interesting wandering around, or being around camp earlier on. As they're always marching around, or they're out on the ground doing their basic training. Not something you probably enjoyed very much.
A lot of years ago now.
A lot of years ago, yeah. Looking forward to the PT call.
Yeah, change your career for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, so just waiting for the signal then for Brian Young to usher the penultimate level of boxing tonight. So we're into heavyweights. We've got up to 92 Ks. So these boys will be throwing themselves around the ring. It always amazes me in amateur boxing when they start off. You see they literally go like 100 miles an hour, don't they? For maybe the first minute and a half, and then suddenly,
especially the novices. If you go watch novice boxing on a Saturday night, the local shows, especially in the northeast, you do see some, and the little kids as well going at it. It's great to watch.
With the haymakers, just a slight delay at the moment, but hopefully we'll be ready for that very shortly. Time rolling on here, just gone 10 o'clock UK time here. So it's going to be early hours of the morning over there in Bahrain, and I'm sure if you're watching there, you'll be hoping now for a victory for the man in the blue corner, Israel Okafor. So what seems like an interminable wait for us to start this next one. And Okafor, I can just see him away to my left. He's just limbering up, waiting to go. So we've got the nod. The medics are now back, having done their job. So here we are then. Israel Okafor, Lance Corporal. He's ready for what's to come.
I believe Bahrain's got to win the next 2 bouts to make it level.
Yes, they have. So they have indeed. So at the moment, it's there for the taking for the British Army.
Yep.
Which will certainly please Sergeant Chaz Nihel, the head coach. And he's got his men just waiting to come out. Jack Lorgia, Mon Mercian.
Whenever I watch the heavyweights, I was always pleased I wasn't quite as big, because they can throw some hell of a punches. Very strong boys.
And there he is. Looks very confident in amongst the indoor fireworks.
Yeah, it's a great setup. Mark Holland from MC Prestige has got us set up great with all the lights, all the pyrotechnics. It looks fantastic.
Well, we have a camera that's perched high up, giving us the wide view, and every time obviously you see the bands that all the guests are wearing tonight, they'll either show red or blue. Very effective this evening.
He could have just stepped straight over the top rope there if he wanted to.
Yeah. He's a tall lad, isn't he? My goodness me. He's tall. But this is going to be one heck of a matchup, and of course Okafor will know that he has got to win this to give the Royal Guard a chance of a draw here. It's been good work from the British Army boxers so far. Male and
the
female.
8th bout of the evening is the 92-kilogram contest, boxed over 3 3-minute rounds. Between, in the red corner, and representing the Army boxing team, Lance Corporal Lorgia. And in the blue corner, representing the Bahrain Royal Guard, Private Okafor.
James Battle prepares these two for battle.
Red, Lorgia, blue, Okafor.
Here we go then. The first of 3 3-minute rounds. And they haven't gone like a bullet at gate.
Bit of a slow, cagey start.
Yeah.
Sussing each other out, trying to find the range.
Okafor. This is
good shot. Looks like a strong, powerful lad, Okafor.
Yeah.
Probably going to come through punches and bunches, where Lorja wants to be staying on the back foot, trying to keep it nice and long, trying to get him as far away as possible.
Look at Lorja's. Look at his stance though, you know, he's got his legs spread wide apart.
Yeah. It's like a bit of a peekaboo style.
It's very interesting indeed. What can Lorja do here? This is a cagey start for both of these. Of any of the two, it's the Bahrain boxer who's been the most aggressive to start.
Yeah.
Lorja then.
Great combination there,
a
double
great
jab
little
backhand.
combo of left and right. Okafor comes at his man here.
He just gets straight back on the jab now. Just keep him in arms, keep him arm distance away. Just really do that work on the outside and not let him get too close. This is where he doesn't want to be. He needs to spin off now, try and get back to the centre of the ring. Because he's seen the distance is now too short and he's getting a lot of success now. Okafor. He's a really, Lorja needs really to get back to the centre of the ring and get back on that jab again.
He's a tough competitor. Lorja's got his work cut out, definitely here. I mean, considering he's heavyweight, he's very mobile around the ring, isn't he? But it makes you wonder whether either of them can keep this sort of pace up as we head into the latter stages of the contest. Latter stages of round 1 here. Okafor does well there. The main aggressor so far in this contest.
This right here is where Lord John needs to be, just in that distance there. And as soon as the gap closes.
Oh, he's got him down.
I think that was a slip.
Well, I think he slipped over, didn't he? Yeah, so.
Like I said, as soon as that gap closes, things like that can happen. You need to really try and keep the distance, and keep the centre of the ring, keep to the end of the job. Need to move off at an angle.
But that was a telling punch there from Okafor there. He senses opportunity. So a roughy-tufty end to that first round. I think you have to say it could well have gone to the Bahrain boxer there.
Yeah, it depends what you prefer as a judge. I mean, the British Army lad kept it on the end of the job, doing really well to try and keep me away. Bahrain doing well on the inside. It's just really what you like as a judge and like what you're watching. So I think it's clear what both boxers need to do here. Red needs to stay long, blue needs to get nice and tight.
Yeah. Well, we'll see whether they take your advice as we head into the second round, but it's evenly poised here. The chances are that Lorgia just he's taking some pretty deep breaths there. It was a breathless first round. He was down, but it was a slip, I think, on the canvas.
Yeah, it was a slip, I think.
Again, fairly cagey beginning to the second round here. Lorgia just pushing it off with the ball, though, comes at him.
You can hear Tony shouting, there you go, when he starts closing that gap, he's pretty dangerous. You just need, Lorgia needs to keep him right on the end of his job and not let him get close like we're seeing here. He's getting loads of success, really tight.
Getting himself into a bit of a tight corner. James Battle just telling him to not hold down. And the referee is just looking at, in fact, Okafor's got a cut, which you only just picked up. Was that a clash of heads, perhaps? I didn't.
I'm not too sure. I didn't see what happened.
No.
Oh.
I think this is going to be brought to an end.
Top of the eye. If it's over the eye and there's blood running inside. Well, I mean, it's not that bad, but usually when it's over the eye and there's potential of blood running in, then they usually do call it early. Be interesting to see which way this goes after that. If it was a punch or it's a clash of heads. If it was a punch, it'll go
I don't think
red.
With the sort of cut like that, is it very, very, very difficult to see it as a clash of heads.
Okay.
I would have thought
if it was a clash of heads, it'll go to decision. If it was a punch, then it'll get stopped and it'll be red win.
Yeah. Well, it's a shame for Israel Okafor because he was certainly the more aggressive of the two boxers.
I've not seen a signal from the referee to see if it was a clash of heads or it was a punch yet. I'm not too sure what's happening.
Well, James Battle spotted it very, very quickly, and that was well spotted by him. But you've got to save Okafor from any further punishment there. That looked quite a deep cut, actually. So. The note's just being handed.
Yeah, he seems to be dabbing it quite a lot and touching it, doesn't he?
Yeah, so referee just handing the notes to the MC. And Brian Young will reveal the details very shortly. Boxers brought into the ring together by James Battle and to be congratulated because it was a very tough contest.
Due to an accidental clash of heads, the contest was stopped to split points decision. The winner is blue.
So Okafor takes it on
It's
a
always
split
a shame
decision.
when it stops early for things like that.
Yeah. It's actually quite unusual, I suppose, in a situation like that, where when the fighter's been stopped because of a cut, but the guy who was cut actually wins the fight.
Actually wins the fight, I know. If it, like I said before, if it was a punch made by Lorja, then it would go down as a red win. But because it was a clash of heads, it was accidental. It then goes down to a points decision, and obviously the judges thought that Okafor won.
But it's just a personal opinion. I thought that he was the better of the two boxers.
You thought Okafor? Okafor?
No. Okafor.
Yeah. I think the bout was going the way of Okafor. I think he was just over the 3 rounds. He would have closed the gap even more and more as Lorja got a little bit more tired. And I think I think it was probably the right decision the way it was going.
So that makes it 3-2 in the tot-up so far tonight. So Bahrain still have a chance of levelling it and bring it to equitation here. Remember, they won last year. They had a convincing victory last year in this matchup. The year before it was the British Army. So we are on a knife edge again.
The British Army can't lose.
Joshua Young Hastings, the Grenadier Guards, is going to be up against Augustine Isaac in the final bout tonight, which is going to be a super heavyweight clash, 92 plus kilos. And I suspect, as we normally see with the really heavyweight boys, they will really go for it.
Yeah, this could be over early as well. If you get hit by 92 kilos, you'll know about it, that's for sure.
Absolutely. But I mean, it has to be said that these matchups, particularly in the championship level tonight, have been very, very good, haven't they?
Yeah, they've been well matched for sure. Entertaining bouts.
And for that, we have to thank the two head coaches, Ches Nihel and Tony Davis, for that, because I know they discussed long and hard about how this matchup was going to happen this evening.
Yeah.
But they clearly know what they're doing.
Neither head coach wants to give anything away. That's the problem.
Yeah.
But it's good to see that they've been matched well.
Major Tony Buff will be the referee for the last contest tonight. We now await the entry of the gladiators. Guardsman Joshua Young Hastings from London, orthodox, 17 bouts, 13 wins to his name, lost 4 times. And Augustine Isaac, Private Isaac from the 2nd Battalion, 6 bouts and 6 wins. He is unbeaten. So,
if I remember rightly, I think this Augustine Isaac boxed last year, and I think he knocked his opponent out.
Yeah,
I think it's so.
So, this is going to be an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah.
And a similar result this year, and well, the Bahrain Royal Guard will have levelled it.
I don't know what happens if it goes down to a draw.
Oh, they'll share it, I'm sure. They'll meet again next year to decide who's going to be the overall champion. But it's great that this competition is continuing, and brilliant for the Bahrain boxers to come over here. And if anyone is watching in Bahrain, you know, from the Bahrain military, they're thinking, hey, I've got a great chance of coming over here and furthering my boxing career. Doctors will probably be away for a while. The medics just checking that cut to Israel Okafor. He probably won't mind because he won the bout in the end on a split decision.
Yeah, you want to win by any means possible. Obviously, you want it to go all 3 rounds. You don't want to have a cut, but if it happens, it happens. And if you get the win, well, on your scorecard, it all looks the same. So
indeed. Just the judging for this final round will be Tony Buff, as I said, is going to be the referee. Judge 1 is Anderson Nick. Judge 2 is Al Hamra from Bahrain. Judge 4 is Andy Maloney. James Battle will be judge number 4, and the second Bahrain judge will be Al Musa. So those are the judges around the corner here that we can see who've got the job of guiding us through for this final one. The medics just returning now, having done their duties. So be ready to go for this final bout here. approaching 20 past 10 in the evening here in North Yorkshire, and we just waiting now for the final decisions to be made, and we will get on to this final bout. But it's been a great night of boxing, thoroughly enjoyable night, which the audience here have really enjoyed, and you know, some really high quality. What for you has been maybe the quality bout so far then?
I really enjoyed Leon Moulds, and I really enjoyed Dylan Swales as well, two class operators, and Felicity Johnson as well. They've all been, after the interval, they've all been great bouts as well. It's been a good night of boxing, good showcase of talent.
Well, we've thoroughly enjoyed having you with us, Jordan, this evening, and the benefit of your knowledge. There's nothing quite like a boxer to give you the benefit of their knowledge of what it's like out there in the ring. So, taking their place then is Augustine Isaac. Absolutely ready for what's to come. Looking forward to it very much indeed, I'm sure. And a lot hinging on this, as Joshua Young Hastings comes out into the ring. The Londoner, 29 years old. Just being drummed around. Just the final alterations being made to young Hastings. Gosh, these are big fellas, aren't they? When you're at ringside like this, you realise how big they are.
He's definitely tall enough to be a guardsman, that's for sure.
He certainly is. From the Grenadier Guards, who in their time have produced some pretty useful military boxers. As have One Lanks, of course.
The ninth bout of the evening is 92 plus kilograms contest, boxed over 3 2-minute rounds. Between, in the red corner and representing the Army boxing team, Guardsman Young Hastings.
The Grenadier Guards have produced the national champion in Natty and Gwenya a few years ago.
And in the blue corner, representing the Bahrain Royal Guard, Private Isaac Augustine.
Remember, Augustine is unbeaten, and he'll want to keep that record going. But young Hastings has a slight height advantage. In fact, so here we go then.
Red Hastings,
Don't
blue
think these are gentle
Augustine.
giants, do you?
Say it again,
I
sorry.
don't think these are gentle giants at all.
No, I'm not too sure about that. I wouldn't let it get in the way of them.
Maybe out of the ring, but here we go.
Tony Buff right now.
Straight away, here we go. 50 punches. Both of them pushing each other off. Southpaw versus Orthodox.
Yeah. Again, that first bout, the battle of the outside foot. And if you're really clever, you can stand on your opponent's foot and jab, and it really is effective.
Yeah.
As you can see there, Augustine's doing that.
Yeah. One of the reasons why he's been so successful, I suggest, over the last few years. And he's 26 years old, knows his way around the ring, as does young Hastings as well. But Bahrain will be confident their man can carry them through. But
He's doing really well, young Hastings, to throw his shots and just get out of range again. It's exactly what you want from boxer. This is where he needs to get off the line and move around the ring. When Augustine starts heading towards him, he just needs to spin off and get away.
Augustine, the only unbeaten boxer in the ring this evening. But a really good little bit of a combinations here from Joshua Young Hastings at the end of that round. And that was
good,
very good combinations from him right at the end there. Sonny Davis having a good word with his man. And I think that Ches Nihill, you know, he will be really happy with the way that his man came out there.
He knows exactly what it's like to box at 92 kilo plus Ches Nihill being ABA champion at that weight. He knows what it's like to be with these big boys, so I'm sure he's getting some good information in the corner there. Being there, done it, wore the t-shirt.
Yeah. A lot of instruction going on from both corners. Really difficult to call that one. It was at times. It's just that sudden surge of energy.
Clean in the corner.
Yeah. A little bit of water just being sprayed everywhere. Tony Davis demonstrating his incredible skills there. One of the highlights of the evening.
Take something off WWF, that.
Yeah. He got one through there, did Young Hastings. Augustine biding his time. And again, Hastings. Good work from him.
He's doing really well to get his shots off and just moving out of the range of Augustine.
He looks confident as the man in red. He needs to be.
He needs to keep throwing that jab out. Just getting it in his face, just disrupting the work of Augustine. This is the range that he doesn't want to be in. He needs to get back out of that range and then back on the jab. You can hear from the red corner shouting, get back on the jab. That's exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, that word jab coming from Ches Nihill. And effective. Augustine gets one back, using his height advantage.
Yeah, he could win this bout with this jab if he starts using it effectively. He could win this bout by just using that jab,
and inflict maybe a first career defeat on his Bahrain opponent. But we've got a long way to go yet. But
now if he's throwing the jab now.
He's done well.
Good work.
He's got him there with some good punches there, a left and a right.
Gum shields came out.
And Augustine didn't like that at all. Referee is just, again, it's just a bit slippery on those edges of the ring. Just stopping things for a minute, as we just need to get. That is the end of the round.
Good finish to the round there by Young
Hastings.
Hastings.
Finished the first round in a similar fashion, if you remember.
I believe he's 2-0 up.
Well, this could be a really important night. In your book, you got our British Army man just ahead at the moment, but which means that Augustine maybe would have to produce a knockout. And as you said, he knocked his opponent out this time last year.
I believe he did, yeah.
To
I'm
win
sure
the
it was
bout.
him.
So, well, we are evenly poised here going into the final round of boxing this evening here in Catterick. Both men standing by, getting ready. Could be the most important 3 minutes of the whole night here. And here we go. Joshua Young Hastings doing a fine job for the British Army tonight. Just fending his man off. And just goes in again. Augustine Isaac knows he's got a lot to do here. But Young Hastings up to the task at the moment.
Good, just get behind that jab again. Get the centre of the ring, calm this bout down. Doesn't want it to get too fiery, just wants to keep it exactly the way it is.
And at the moment, there's not a lot that Augustine can do about it.
He just needs to keep throwing that jab out like a piston.
Again, he's done well. He's got him on the edge of the corner here.
Just keep him there. Throw the jab out.
This is really intelligent work from the man in red. And they've got him again.
He seemed to have run out of ideas, Augustine.
Yeah. But he has that killer punch, which maybe he's hoping to throw. Maybe that could be his only way out of this. And he's coming back. Fended off. Joshua Young Hastings could be on the verge of taking a terrific win for the British Army here. But we are still evenly poised, because Augustine Isaac, we know, has the sort of punch that can end a bout just like that. But this is great work.
Oh, that was a great shot.
Great shot from Augustine there, but we are right at the end of this third round, and Isaac goes in again, faces the end, and that is the end. It's all over. Well, it's all done. And do you know what?
Right in our corner. That was fascinating, wasn't it?
Well, it really was. It was like a typhoon right at the end here.
Didn't even hear the bell.
And Joshua Young Hastings thinks he's got it. And it's a very quick handover of the notes. So
yep.
if you're... Well, great embrace on those two men who gave everything in the ring tonight. But what is going to be the result here? A win for Joshua Young Hastings will give the title back to the British Army. Let's find out.
Again, let's congratulate both boxers on a hard-fought contest. The winner by unanimous points decision, red.
And he's done it. A unanimous decision. Well, you were right this time.
For once.
You were absolutely right this time with that one, Jordan. And Guardsman Joshua Young Hastings has inflicted a first defeat in his career on Private Augustine Isaac, who I'm sure the Bahrain Royal Guard thought was probably one of their trump cards this evening. And he's absolutely thrilled. And you can tell...
Big smile on Ches Niles' face there.
A big, big smile from everybody. And, well, it was a terrific performance from Joshua Young Hastings. And throughout the contest, he did exactly what he was supposed to do.
Yeah.
Keep him at bay and use the jabs.
Yeah, literally just stay on the edge of that jab, and he could have literally won that bout with that one shot. Just use the jab, and he was scoring every single time.
And he picked his moments, didn't he, right at the end of each round.
It's good because it's the last thing the judge remembers as well. When they're pressing that buzzer down in front of them, the last thing they remember is the last 10 seconds, and it's always good to end well.
Well, a terrific end to the evening, and it's congratulations to the British Army, because they have won this by 4 bouts to 2 of the 6 bouts which counted towards this evening's competition. Very, very satisfactory for Ches Nihel, and I'm sure disappointment for Tony Davis with the Bahrain Royal Guard, who came, of course, here as the defending champions from last year. Handshakes all round now over on that far side with the presentation, and you could tell that Joshua Young Hastings wins his 18th bout, or wins the 18 bouts, his 14th victory out of his 18 bouts, and he's a very, very happy man. And well, a lot to be taken from this evening from all of them, but on the night, British Army have just been a bit too strong.
Yeah, overall, I think the experience of the Army and the more skillful, looked a bit more tactful from the Army, created a lot more wins in the 1-4-2.
So, as we approach the end of the evening here, we will be hearing from the commanding officer of the Support Battalion ITC, and that is Lieutenant Colonel Philip Morgan, who will be coming over here to make his closing speech, and obviously the presentations will be made as well in the ring. But Jordan, overall, a great night's boxing.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. It's been great, sat this close as well. I'm usually either in there or at the back, so to be this close as well on night like this, it's been fantastic.
So you'd like to join us again, would you?
Maybe. Maybe
that's
in Bahrain in 3 weeks' time.
That's if your daughter will allow.
Yeah.
Okay. But no, it's been great, and we've enjoyed having you alongside us very, very much indeed, as the boxers are just being prepared now and into the latter stages of things this evening. Another video being shown then to show the Fusiliers in action and the paras in action and all aspects of the British Army, which I'm sure a lot of these young recruits have taken into account. As we approach the end of what has been a fascinating evening of boxing here, and just sort of seeing on the big screen at the moment a lot of the work that's involved, and Jordan, from your perspective and your point of view, how beneficial is it for these young soldiers to come to a night like this? And
yeah, like I mentioned at the start,
British Army who are not being soldiers necessarily.
Yeah, like I said at the start, the young soldiers haven't seen what it's like to have these sort of nights, so to be here at a time where they can watch us and see what it's like to be in battalion and the events that go on in the battalion, especially boxing. It's a massive event, especially my battalion, the 1st Battalion Fusiliers. It's great for them to see.
And it's been an absolute triumph this evening, hasn't it, for the organisers here tonight. They've brought an awful lot of excitement to the ring and made it run very smoothly.
Yeah, it's been a massive setup process for all the gym staff here at ITC, for Ben Sargent who's run it, and then all the gym staff that's made it happen, and MC Prestige that's made it happen as well. So to put all this together, it does take some work. Like I say, on Monday morning, this gym was just literally 2 basketball courts in a weight room at the rear, but now it's a full boxing arena.
And what would you say to any young man or woman, for that matter, who's interested in boxing, about the possibility of doing it in the British Army?
Yeah, so there's a great path that the Army do. So you can start with company boxing, so it'll be like 0 to 3 bouts you box company level, or and then you go on battalion boxing. Once you've showcased your talent at battalion boxing, you then get prepped for the British Army squad, so the development squad or the elite squad if you've already had over the 20 bouts.
Well, that video has gone down very well with everybody, and we carried on talking, obviously, to just to enhance your experience if you're watching at home tonight. And thanks particularly if you're watching over in Bahrain or further east this evening, because with obviously the time slipping well towards 20 minutes now to 11 UK time, it's getting into the wee small hours over there in Bahrain. and various presentations are going to be made. We can just see away to my right-hand side here the awards probably for Boxer of the Night and the most gallant boxer as well. I wonder who's going to would be on your list tonight, Jason. For those
in my
roles.
opinion, it'll be Private Dillonsfield who'll get Best Boxer of the Night. Most gallant potentially Sergeant Miriam Camis. Yeah, she done really well. Stuck there throughout the full bout. She might get most gallant, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah. Well, those decisions will be made very, very shortly. We'll be finding them out very, very shortly as the boxers come to take their positions. And you can imagine the piece of music that we're hearing now, which is, seems to accompany everything these days. If your name is Caroline, then you're absolutely in business. Oh, you not? Let's just hear the audience absolutely loving it.
Classic boxing song.
Yeah, we just the final adjustments being made to the ring here, and I'm just sort of seeing at the moment they're making the ring available maybe for the boxers to come in very easily to take their places on the stage, and I must admit that it's been a pretty noisy one from our point of view right here at ringside
Yeah, it has
tonight.
been quite hard to hear at times with that music, but it's been an enjoyable night.
Believe me, you cannot hear yourself think here by ringside. It's a busy one, and we're hoping very shortly that W01 Brian Young will get things started and get us moving into the final stages of things here tonight. And just final adjustments being made, the audience looking in great anticipation about what's to come. I think from our perspective it's almost the end of the night, and just waiting for these final decisions to say we're not quite sure what's happening at the moment, but we are
She's
just
the
letting
final
wristbands
parade for the
turn
boxers.
white this evening. The trophy's just being selected and collected and picked up. I bet you always were quite relieved, weren't you, at the end of a boxing night, and particularly if you'd won.
Yeah, you always leave with a bit of adrenaline after a boxing night, don't you?
Yeah. It just keeps you going, and but all the boxers tonight have acquitted themselves incredibly. I must say I had to feel particularly sorry for the opening boxer of the night, who obviously his night came to an end very, very suddenly.
Yeah, I've seen him before. I spoke to him. He said his shoulder popped out of place, and it managed to go back in.
Yeah.
But he's just finding discomfort now because obviously he's been moved out of place and put back in. So, but he seems to be all right.
Yeah, we do believe it was a dislocation that he suffered. So we hope that he'll be back fighting again very, very soon. And for all the boxers tonight who've given absolutely 100% and given us a great night to enjoy here. Just waiting for these final moments, and just seeing a very patient master of ceremonies over there, Brian Young. I think he lost his voice actually after the first half, didn't he? He had to then have a microphone.
Yeah. It's a lot of shouting for all night, isn't it? Trying to keep above this atmosphere.
Yeah. So maybe we could just take you through what we saw earlier on, because certainly the second half of the competition this evening, Flick Johnson with a split decision victory over Mariam Camis. That was her second win against the Camis that she's had in this competition, the first one last year. Camis fought very valiantly, but Flick Johnson, very, very professional performance from her tonight to secure that victory.
Yeah, she was very good, very skilled boxer. I think pretty much all of the army boxers are very well schooled, box very tidy, box very neat, and it showed tonight. The level of instruction they get down the Army Boxing Centre, down the Performance Centre and Aldershot. It's a great setup, 3 rings, S&C suite, they've got everything down there, and I think it pays dividends, as he's seen tonight.
Yeah, and you've also highlighted, I think, Dylan Swales as the maybe one of the outstanding performances.
Yeah,
this evening.
Really impressive. I've never seen him box before, so that was the first time I've seen him tonight, and yeah, very, very, very good.
Against Abdullah Al-Abdullah, that was a great performance from him, but it was a split decision. I think you had slightly confused. You thought it was a unanimous.
I was giving the eyes around the ring at the judges when I heard split decision, but yeah, very surprising.
And then, of course, we had the 8th bout of the evening, which was again unfortunate for Israel Okafor, but he did actually win. I'm saying it's unusual. You often see a boxer who is stopped, but then goes on to win. But if he's actually leading the contest, and it's not actually a punch that has stopped him, that's the crucial point, isn't it?
So the accidental clash of heads creates it then to go a points decision. So whatever the decision was of the first round would then stipulate who won the bout. Clearly Okafor won the first round, so he won the bout.
And I think one of the outstanding performances of the night certainly came in that final bout there, with Joshua Young Hastings taking on an unbeaten opponent, and he would have known that before he came into the ring.
Yeah, he boxed very well, the Grenadier God. Like I mentioned before, if you just staying on the jab, winning that bout, stay on the edge of the jab, do not let that Augustine close the gap, and he didn't, and he won because of it.
He did, but he won it actually by intelligent boxing, didn't he? Because he just kept his opponent at bay and just jabbing him off and getting what was needed.
Yeah, just keeping the range. That's exactly what he needed to do.
Which secured it. Okay.
Sirs, ma'ams, ladies, gentlemen, please give a massive round of applause for the boxers.
And here they come then, all the boxers then who have treated us so royally tonight to a great night of boxing, brought into the ring. First of all, the men and the lady from the Bahrain Royal Guard, who put on a great show for us tonight. And let's not forget as well those early bouts that we had, the 3 support bouts, which went the way of first of all Fusilier Ratu Leoma, who unfortunately suffered that injury, with Jake Hardman victory, and then Marcel Lincoln Francis, who took the second bout then against Bradley Savage, and the third one, the support one, won by Lieutenant Partner Oscar Partner, the only officer on show tonight who produced a rousing performance. We then got into the championship bouts, and it was Mohamed Messi Sayak who won the split decision there. Okay.
Generals, Brigadiers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for coming tonight to the annual Infantry Training Centre boxing event. Massive thank you for all of you to come because of the flu outbreak we had. So it's a real privilege to have you here, even though we have a reduced number of recruits in the room. But tonight wouldn't have happened without some certain people, and I cannot thank everyone. There's a couple of people I'd like to highlight for the exceptional work they've done. Cypher, medical team, and our own medical team within ITC. Well done. I didn't expect to use the Cypher team so early on in the first bout. MC Prestige for delivering the lights and the sound. BFBS for live broadcasting, the commentating, and having Court Phelps, one of our guys, doing the commentating, so well done. To the Irish Guards, Corps of Drums, the Scots Guards Piper, our Gurkhas for doing the display. It's been brilliant. The Bahrainian Royal Guard, thank you very much. Defence Attaché Brigadier, sir, absolute pleasure. It's a shame the Prince can't be with us tonight, but understandable for operational reasons back at home, so thank you. And to our sponsors, a huge thank you for contributing towards tonight. Without your support, this would not have been possible. And I know it's always a drain when we ask for money, but these things are not cheap to organise. But the reward is absolutely huge, and I'll come on to that at the end, because we've done this not only for the recruits, but also to raise money for the Army Benevolent Fund. But finally, there's 2 people I'd like to say a special thank you to, and that's within our own gym staff, and that is to the Master at Arms, Lee Hathaway, for organising this, for being the driving force, and then to Kumasai, Ben Sargent, for having to endure me for 3 years by delivering this.
You've done a fantastic job, and huge congratulations on your promotion to WO1. However, the real applause must go to the boxing teams tonight, from the British Army and the Bahrainian Royal Guard, from the Fusiliers and also the Lanks. So it's been a real privilege to have the elite team here, some of the development squad, all ranks, and we've had some rematches from last year, we've had some different results, but it's a spectacular series of fights, and please, well done. You are soldiers first and foremost and war fighters, but here you are as elite sports people in this ring delivering. So well done and thank you. And for the recruits in the gym tonight, normally we have about 1,200 in here, but due to public health, we've reduced the numbers significantly. But we organised this event for the recruits. It gives them their first opportunity to see elite sports people do something different from training. You know, you will leave ITC in the next couple of weeks or couple of months, and you'll go to your units, and you can play sport, any sport. Boxing is just one that we do each year because it's outstanding. And you've got a chance to play a sport, do it. The Army's really good at encouraging sports, so please put a push on it when you get to your units. But for the recruits, when you leave here, you'll go to your unit as a warfighter. You'll have trained hard, and you'll deserve the credit when you get there. And when you get to your unit, some of you will be asked to go to war. And that challenge, and you'll fight an enemy. Sport is not war, and war is not a game. However, sport is a great way to train for this. And if you look at boxing, for example, you need courage, you need determination, you need strength, you need resilience. These are all characteristics you need when you step forward. But what is good, though, is you stand in this ring and you go toe-to-toe with an opposition, and it reminds you of your own mortality as you do it. So well done. It's a real privilege to watch you do this tonight. And hopefully, for the recruits around here now, one or two of you will be back here next year or the year after, because we have got former recruits here in this ring that were here only 18 months ago. Now, as I started with, we do this event to raise money to a charity, and the chosen charity of our choice for the last 2 years has been the Army Benevolent Fund. And we sort of took a strategic approach towards how we do this. And we've targeted sponsors in a certain way who have got relationships with Army, with veterans, with serving members. And I'm very pleased to announce that through the hard work from the sponsors, the generosity that you've done, we've managed to raise a significant amount of money for the ABF. And the ABF is a great charity because it's not just giving money back to serving soldiers, it gives it to families, it gives it to children, and it gives it to veterans. And they also give money to other charities that support defence. So tonight we have raised £25,000 to the ABF. So thank you all very much. And can I now please ask General if you could step into the ring, please. May I have Barney from the ABF, and may I have our two sponsors, please, for most gallant and best boxer.
The prize for the most gallant boxer goes to Lance Corporal Akash Limbu. The prize for best boxer, Lance Corporal Moulds. Right. My battery's dying. The GOC for a team presentation to the boxing teams. And check presentation for ABF.
The presentation being made to the boxers, being introduced to all the VIPs to express their congratulations on a great night of boxing that we've witnessed here, and I guess we'll be doing it all again in 12 months' time, Jordan.
Yep, for sure.
He's looking at me in a very pensive sort of way. What, you mean me?
I'll not be here.
Off to your next career in the British Army as a physical training instructor, which I'm sure you're looking forward to very much.
Yeah, I am indeed, yeah.
But boxing obviously plays a really important part in physical training. But you know what? I think that's where we're going to call an end to our proceedings here this evening. So, Jordan, just a huge thanks to you for joining us tonight and for the benefits of your knowledge and expertise this evening and guiding us through these 9 bouts that we've had this evening. And also big thanks to Cy Hunter for all the interviews that we did at the half-time stage here. And the rest of our team who've been involved obviously in our presentation from Catterick this evening. So from me, John Knighton, and all the team here, very big thanks for watching. Don't forget we have loads more live sport coming your way right here on our Forces News YouTube channel, particularly next week with lots of remembrance sport as well. But from all of us, it's a very good night and thank you so much for joining us.
And that could be a pivotal moment in this match. And there is the 3rd try, and a big try it is. That is sensational. Full time in this match. Thrilling stuff.